Nation. Broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Well, look at that. It is Monday morning here over in Nemo Nation. And, of course, that means Jimmy Mack, myself, is sitting across from Dave Nemo. Good morning to you.
And I'm sitting across from Jimmy Mack. Good morning to you.
How was your weekend?
Really good, really good. I had a good weekend. How about yours?
Not bad at all. What did you do?
Well, among other things, I played... I'm stretching this out as long as I can, just one question at a time here.
What'd you do?
Yeah. Well, among other things, I polished my shoes, but the most important thing I did was play in the band.
Yes.
Halloween night. First time we've played on actual Halloween night.
I'll tell you this, doing stuff like New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, Halloween night, as I have gotten older, I so much more like to be involved with something rather than out and about or going to someplace. The only time I want to go someplace during a holiday is if I have an actual sit-down dinner that's going to take me the length of the holiday. But how was it performing on Halloween night?
It was good, but I got pictures of you out and about.
You did, yeah. But that was planned, though. But my out and about, though, was really structured, though. I actually got a chance. We had Edward Carter Simon in the studio on Friday to talk about his New Orleans tour and his human truckery podcast. Can't use the actual words. But I got a chance to, after spending some time with my brother and his sons and that gang of K-pop demon hunters over at over on Octavia Street. I mean, Dre, it was an army of kids there, and it was K-pop demon hunters everywhere. I hope people were really careful. We got the good comment from Weasel before he actually took off for the day on Friday saying, watch where you drive. So did Pastor John. Go ahead, Dre.
Oh, no. I'm about to say, if you want to segue into that, man, because we got a special presentation for this
We
one.
got him coming. What were you going to say about K-pop demon hunters?
Man, let me tell you something about that, dude. They have the outfits on Amazon. You can't even buy them. They were sold out 2 months prior.
Wow.
And my girlfriend, being the overachiever that she is, she always likes making the outfits. So she made them. She got the tattoos, everything. And she was so worried they're not gonna look up to par with the other kids. Other kids said, where did you get that outfit? Where did you get your hair dye? Did your mom do those tattoos? My mom did it with Sharpie. Like, they were mad. And, dude, they killed it. They had a great time.
Dude, there's a big thing right now. I mean, I think it starts over, 16, 17 years ago with the whole supernatural thing. But there's a whole thing about a whole bunch of kids are really kind of into hunting down demons.
Yeah.
Purging them from the earth, you know what I'm saying? I mean, getting rid of them, I mean, that's been a good thing too.
Are demons the new zombie?
I think demons are the new zombie.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm sick of zombies.
And it's another way of them bringing good into the world, and that's the whole premise of the movie too.
Yeah, the idea is that the K-pop demon hunters are out there like looking out for us all. And by the way, it's a lot. I mean, it's like they're on the side of the righteous. It ain't no Constantine, chain smoking, chain smoking 1,000 cigarettes.
No, and the music is good.
Very good.
Too.
Very good.
The Korean people. When I was stationed in the in Korea in the army back in 1971, 72. Bluegrass music was the thing at that time. And there were Korean bluegrass bands that were just absolutely unbelievable.
It is one of the most, and you spent some quality time there, it is one of the most culturally vibrant places in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, their movies are great, in case anybody doesn't know. And then people will go and see it. They'll be like, this Korean film won Best Picture. What's this all about? And then they'll go like, oh my God, that was good.
Their martial arts is just straight to the point.
Yeah. You know what I love, too, is the fact that they never forget that when you're making something entertaining or making art, that it's okay for it to be entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't think any country, other than maybe some of India's movies, understands that people are there to have a good time. I mean, that it's like, that you go someplace to have a good time. K-pop demon hunters, man. That's the truth right there. You know who else is the truth? I got a Pastor John lurking around.
Speaking of really good, Pastor John, hello, sir.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Wow. It's great to hear your voice. Well, we haven't heard it yet. Good morning.
How you guys doing? I'm sitting here just enjoying this conversation.
Well, that makes one of us.
How was your weekend? How are you, my good friend?
I am awesome, man. I've been wide open. The weekend celebrated 39 years of marriage to my lovely wife.
Oh, congratulations!
With the Hilton Head, South Carolina, and enjoyed the beach and even even though it was a little brisky cold out there, we still had a great time, and came back home, and we just been sitting back chilling and enjoying the things of God.
Nice. That's a nice way to spend the weekend. By the way, Claire and I just had my wife and I just had our anniversary on the 26th of October. So there's a lot of us October folks who get to celebrate long and loving marriages. I'm glad you're in my club. Welcome to my club.
Well, yeah, we went down and we met two other couples, and the other couple he got married on October the 26th. We got married on October the 25th. So we just had a great time together celebrating, and like you said, I tell people October is a great month.
It's a great month to get married. And by the way, it's really funny. I always, you never should brag about a bargain on your wedding, but Claire and I got married on a Thursday. And because we did, we got the venue for free, provided we used their catering. And so we were very pleased about that. It was a nice place too. It's just like when it's October, it's an off day. If you want to take a Thursday, and we're like, well, we work the kind of job that allows us to do this, and it's just a lot of fun. It's a beautiful month down here. What's the weather like where you are this morning?
Shoot, you don't even want to talk about it. It's dreary. It's not beautiful as it was in South Carolina, and I think my wife and I was supposed to be going up to the mountains today, but I don't know because it's raining a little bit. We're misting a good bit, and I told her, I said, well, I ain't driving up into Helen in this kind of weather.
I'll make you laugh, by the way. In Ireland, that would be considered perfect weather. They'd be like, oh, my God, we finally got a break and got a little mist as opposed to perpetual rain. I want you to do us a favor. If you could give our listeners out there just a brief word of well wish and blessing, and do my favorite thing, which is you love people and there ain't nothing they can do about it.
Monday.
Well, I do love people, and there ain't nothing they can do about it. I shared something with some friends of mine over the weekend, and we talked about serving. In John chapter 13, verses 12 through 16, Jesus washes the feet of the disciples, and he challenges them by saying, and you call me teacher and Lord, and you are right, for I am so. He says in verse 14, he says, if then, watch what he says. He says, if I then, the Lord and teacher, wash your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I gave you an example that you also should do this as I did to you. He said, truly, truly, I say to you, a slave is not greater than his master, nor is one who is a servant. And then he says, watch it, he said, these things that you do, he said, watch it, he said, and is sent by the great one, and he that sent you is greater than you. So what Jesus was telling those guys at that particular time was, look here, if I'm willing to bow down and serve you by washing your feet, which was a traditional custom back in that day, whenever you had a guest to come over to by respect, you would always wash their feet as they enter your home, simply because of the fact that a lot of times they were traveling and walking. They weren't driving cars like we do today. So they walked over, and he came. When you get there, out of respect for them thinking enough of you to come into your house, that you would actually wash their feet because you want to serve them food. So what Jesus was showing his disciples was, I watched all of you guys walk in here, and none of you took the opportunity to wash the other people's feet. So I'm going to do something that you're supposed to do. And that's why he says, that the servant is no greater than his master, and the master is no greater than his servant, simply because of the fact that he wanted them to understand that it's the motive behind what you do. Watch what he does. He says the motive behind what you do is to serve people. And that's what we have a problem with in our country today. A lot of people want to be served, but they don't want to serve anybody. So what I'm challenging each and every one of you today is to find somebody to serve. Get the opportunity to encourage somebody by serving them. You say, well, Pastor, I'm driving a truck. Yeah, you may be driving a truck, but you may pull up at a gas pump and start pumping your gas and finish up. You can walk over and say, hey, how you doing today, brother or sister, and encourage them in the word of the Lord. And that's serving them by just walking up and saying a word of encouragement to them. So my challenge to you today is simply this. Serve somebody today. Let them know that somebody out there has the ability to be humble enough to reach out to somebody else and give them some encouragement. So serve someone today and watch how God uses your servitude to encourage somebody else. Father, we thank you so much for this opportunity that you've given us on the show, and we thank you so much for loving us and caring enough for us to think about us, to allow us to be able to connect today. So we say thank you for that. And Father, I thank you so much for what the show does and how it impacts people and the encouragement that they come by just by being a part of this show. And Father, we pray and ask that you continue to bless them. Bless each and every one of the drivers that's under the sound of my voice, and let them know that you do love them and you are watching them. Oh, and you're also watching over their families as well. And so, Father, we'll be so careful to give you all the honor, all the glory, and all the praise as we continue to do this great thing that you've given each of us that is called life. In Jesus' name, amen. And I wanted to let you guys know I do appreciate what y'all do, and I thank y'all so much for encouraging our drivers. We have so many of our guys over here at the Bennett Family Companies that listen to you guys, and we're just excited about knowing that you guys are doing an awesome, awesome job. And, hey, we got a big truck show that's going on at Echo Park Speedway here this week. So if you get an opportunity to travel, please come out and be a part of it. But guess what? You know I love you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. God bless you guys. And, hey, and ladies, please, please, please be careful out there.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor John. And I love you, and there ain't a darn thing you can do about it. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. God bless you guys.
Hey, Pastor John, I got to say one thing before I let you go. You got a second?
I'm listening.
Hearing you say watch this is like watching Steph Curry do a three-throw in person. Like,
It's the best.
Like hearing you say that live. Oh, and I have to add one more thing, Pastor John.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
It feels better now. All right, now you can go on with your day.
Thank you, Pastor John.
You guys take care.
Bye-bye.
Pastor John of the Bennett family of trucking, he's the man that actually is the soul in a very soulful company, and we are so appreciative that he could make a Monday for us. It ain't the easiest thing in the world. We've kind of gotten used to this, waking up at the crack of doom, but him making a little time for you guys, pretty terrific stuff. You got a chance to play a song this weekend that you had never played before.
Yeah, we did something really strange. There's a real fun song that's played around Halloween now. Came out in the mid-'80s called Werewolves of London by Warren Zevon. And we have a six-piece band, never played it before, ever, separately or apart, except our keyboard player, Daniel Mack, D-Mac. And he sang it, and we played it, and it actually sounded good.
Well, you better stay away from him. He'll rip your lungs out, Jim.
Yeah.
But I'd like to meet his tailor. Warren Zevon finally made the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Well and long overdue.
Yes.
I mean, just crazy. Dolly Parton actually made comment about it. So did David Letterman. I mean, David Letterman has been infuriated for years. Remember when Zevon passed away? He had terrible inoperable cancer.
Yeah.
I mean, it was terrible. Letterman cleared the decks and had a show with just him. And he played like all of these songs. Mm-hmm. And the last one he played was The Mutineer. Look up The Mutineer and Letterman. It'll wreck you. It will wreck you. And they just cleared the decks out and said, Warren doesn't have much time left, and so we've made some time for him tonight. And he brought him on the show, and the entire show was them just telling stories about Zevon's early career, and then he'd go over on the piano and join Paul Schaefer in the band, come back, talk some more. It's the whole show. At a time when you could do stuff like that. At a time when you could be like, that's what I'm doing. Although people still do stuff. I got to be, all that back in the day stuff. But, but basically he's like, I know everybody doesn't know this guy, but we're going to have a talk with him and tell him goodbye in proper fashion. Give him the wake and the eulogy that he deserves before he's kind of shuffled off his mortal coil.
I'm going to go have a bowl of beef chow mein today in his honor.
A bowl of beef chow mein, but I'd like to meet his tailor. What is it? He's walking to Trader Nick's. His hair was perfect, Warren Zevon. But it was a good weekend, huh?
Yeah. How about yours? You went out?
Well, we went out, and I have to tell you, Friday night, and I posted pictures of it. Friday night was really, really fun because I was dressed seasonally, but not costume-wise, but seasonally. Mm-hmm. I felt good about the way I looked.
He went as the season.
I went as the season. I went as salt and pepper, my beard at least. And so I walked to the French Quarter, got down to Dutch Alley. There was Edward. A lot of people were costumed. My friend Bunny was dressed like a unicorn. Her new boyfriend was that typical New Orleans thing. What are you? I'm me, that kind of thing where people just kind of dress up. We did see a wonderful African-American family, all of them in makeup, in costumes, as all the characters from Mario Brothers.
Oh, wow.
Perfect.
Every
Wow.
single one. I mean, the two brothers, I don't know the names of those characters. The guy with the sledgehammer, the big, the
One
princess.
is Luigi, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know
Mario.
the brothers' names. I'm
Oh,
talking about all
like
the other characters.
Bowser,
names.
all those
All
guys.
those guys, yeah. There was a Bowser and all that kind of stuff.
Because the movie brought that whole thing back, and Jack Black playing Bowser. Come on, man.
Come on.
Peaches, 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 peaches. Sorry, never mind. That's a great song.
But why are we never minded? I was kind of excited by all the prospects and possibilities. I'm excited about the prospects and possibilities of this show, along with Daniel Spinelli, Dan the Man Ronan, who is going to want to talk about the World Series.
Yeah.
Maybe the best World Series since 1991's. It might be the best World Series I've seen since '91. And Game 7 was a masterpiece. Did you watch any of the World
No,
Series?
no.
7 games. 7 games. And 3 of them were decided at the last at bat. Crazy. I mean, that good. And Yamamoto may be the greatest pitcher of our generation for one World Series. Guy pitched in 3 games. You don't pitch 3 games. You don't get enough arm rest to do it. He came in and he got the win. He was 3-0 in the World Series. Pitcher was 3-0 in the World Series. Pitched the final 2.5 innings in extra innings after having pitched 7 2/3 inning in his last start and a complete game in his first one. That's unheard of. It's unheard of. I mean, it was a World Series where Freddie Freeman hit a home run in the 18th inning in one of the games. Insane. And if you look at the percentage of the chance to win, the Dodgers at one point during that last game were at 14% chance to win and won the game. Crazy, great World Series. He'll be talking about that. Chris Orban is going to be dropping into the studio as he has done on occasion, probably taking the ride with us for a while. Friend of the show, John Maley. Scott Luton is going to be here. Mike Lutzenkirchen of the Let's See 43 Foundation is going to be around. Our friends from NACFE are going to be showing up. Nancy O'Litty, Evelyn Carr, who's going to be in studio. Very excited about that. But before we get to any of that, we'll take a deep breath, the 3 of us. And when we do that, our pledge and national anthem. I think we've already taken care of Pastor John for the day, don't you?
He
All right.
took care of us.
You ready? 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Marshall Planner continues the tradition of tip your server. Big thanks for the $10 spot. Appreciate you out there, brother. Keep up the good work and keep up the safe driving, man. You are a true serum in regards to our chat room and the phone calls that you make. Also want to make a point of, you guys noticed we played the kids this morning. We have a 10-ring Pledge of Allegiance. We've asked other people, if you make a recording of your Boy Scout troop, your Little League team, your Pop Warner football team, the kids in the gymnasium, singing the national anthem. I mean, singing the national anthem. We'll take that too. Although Lindsay say, "Who let all these kids into my room?" send us a pledge. If you just want to say one, if you just want to do, I mean, 10 Rings reading is textacular. Just sounds like, we have a thing. We were talking about this last night, Dave. Brad Bentley, the guys from Fastport, who, by the way, have brought this studio to us, but Brad Bentley and the guys from Fastport, we have a thing where we say people are either overrated or they're a great American. Anybody who actually records the pledge and sends it in is a great American. But if you listen to the way 10 Ring says his, that's great American recitation right there. So get us your Pledge of Allegiance. You can do that at Road Gang at RadioNemo.com. That's RoadGang at RadioNemo.com. By the way, there will be a replay of Night Beat tonight as Dave gets ready for the rest of the year, where he is not going to miss a single one of them. They're all going to be coming at you. He's got big plans coming your way. And if you have a request for Night Beat, a theme idea, a music idea, anything you'd like to hear on Night Beat, it's really easy. Night Beat at RadioNemo.com.
Yes, that is the email address to get in touch.
Trucker Boson, by the way, decided he was going to up the ante, and he dropped a 10 spot as well on Radio Nemo of North America. Big thanks to him as well. It was a great football weekend too, Dave. Did you watch any of the Sunday Night Football game?
No, I didn't.
You're getting out of all that stuff, man. You're just drifting away, man. You're just drifting away. You're just checking out. But it's because you got the music going on.
Yeah.
You got all that music. I mean, you get that music, you get something going like that, and it's amazing how little time you suddenly have. And tell them where the place was. Tell them where you played.
Oh, well, the place is a little a club. It's called FOMO. And, of course, most folks by now know, it took me a long time to learn what FOMO meant, and it means fear of missing out, FOMO, and it became a thing. Well, it's called FOMO. It was called the Max before, and before that it was the Beach House.
It's the old Max.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
the
now
old
FOMO.
Max.
I didn't know that. Okay, I was thinking FOMO, like new place. I'm like, oh.
No, it's the old Max with a new sign and stuff, but here in New Orleans it's spelled FEAUX, MEAUX, FOMO.
Which literally translates into you have a fake desire to have more.
Exactly.
Or maybe it's a New Orleanian thing where it's like, I claim to want more, but I'm really stuffed, but I'm going to keep eating anyway.
Yeah, Aunt Susie, I'd love some more of that pie, but I'm just so full right now.
FOMO. I got FOMO.
Yeah.
You got a fear of missing out on my pie? No, I got a fear of eating any more of it. Yeah. Hey, we're going to go to the phones. Our good friend Pack Rat is here.
Hey.
Did you watch the game last night, Pack Rat? See Sam Darnold?
Which one?
The Minnesota game.
No, I missed that. I watched two games. I watched the Broncos.
Okay.
And the game before that, I can't remember which game. I remember the Broncos and Jaguars, right? That's the game that I really focused on because I'm thinking I'm kind of impressed with what Sean Payton has done with the Broncos.
Well, the thing is, I'm not so much. I'm impressed, but I'm not surprised. How about that?
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, we all kind of thought this would be coming sometime soon. Really quickly to let Dave know, Tom Bray says good morning over there on the chat, as does Brad Bentley. Good morning, gang. No FOMO in Washington, D.C. this morning. No fear of missing out over there. But yeah, Sam Darnold went 16 of 16 in the first half, and ultimately his final stat line was 21 of 24 with 4 touchdowns in a 38-14 win. Worse than that for the Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels broke his arm.
Oh, no.
Yeah, bad news, man. That sucks.
Bad, very bad news. Very bad news. Yeah. I think I watched the Raiders too. I was watching Geno Smith there. Like he's not having a very good year, is he?
No, they thought they were going to get a big culture reset, and they went from being the Whiz Kids to the Wheeze Kids. I mean, it's like the Over the Hill gang between him and Pete Carroll. It's like these guys are actually. I think when they go home from the game, they go back to a convalescence home. They're so damn old. I really do.
Yeah, I hear you. And the Jays, 3 outs away.
That was a World Series, man. That was a World Series.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of people.
Go
ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, did you hear what they did after the Game 6? The groundskeepers, they took expanding foam and went around the perimeter of the ball diamond to make sure a ball will never get stuck under the wall again.
Oh, that was crazy. That was their fault. That's why that rule's in place, though. You can't set. I mean, Dan Ronan's going to be on, and he's going to talk about it. That's why those rules are in place, because people used to do that kind of. I mean, that was like back, when Notre Dame played USC in 2005, guys. I don't know if you know about that. Charlie Weiss put the sprinklers on in Notre Dame Stadium and let them run for like 2 days. So USC, who had like Reggie Bush and all those other guys, shows up, and the grass is like. I mean, you literally, your feet are like in the grass, and it's muddy, and it's like they turn to Weiss like, "What were you thinking?" He's like, "Slowed the game down, didn't it?" I mean, so you can't do that kind of stuff in baseball. You heard what happened, right, Dave? There was a big moment that could have turned the entire game around, where a guy hits a deep fly ball and it hits the wall, but it's stuck under the wall between the field and the wall. And by the way, if he had not held his hands up. If he hadn't done what he had done, if he had tried to touch that ball would have been in play. It was amazing heads-up thinking.
He knew the rule. I didn't know that rule existed. I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah, but he invoked it at the absolutely right time. So the ball gets stuck between the wall and the field, and it just jams in there.
Yes.
If he makes any attempt to touch that ball, the ball is in play, and he immediately knowing that.
And
go ahead, Pat Grant.
And we would have won the game.
You would have won the game. Pat Grant, we've got about 2 minutes left. I want to give you the final thought before we shuffle you off this radio coil.
Okay. Well, World Series, how can he go without mentioning Yogi Berra, who was once asked, how was your stay at the after the White Sox game in the motel? And he says, oh, it was great. And the towels, they were so thick, I could barely close my suitcase.
Goodbye, Pat Grant. All the best.
Okay, Dave, Jim, Mac, Dre, all the best.
Pat Grant.
We've been keeping up with Pat Grant, Dave. He actually started a new job. He onboarded on a new job, and it looks like it's working out for him as well. Hey, anytime you guys have a celebration or an anniversary in regards to your life on the road, don't hesitate to let us know. Don't hesitate when you call Dre at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
If you call that number, please let him know that you have something you want to celebrate, somebody you want to shout out to, a birthday, any of that stuff, and we will take care of it. Are you already thinking about next week's Night Beat? Anything?
I have a couple of ideas that I am the cook.
You should tell Tara, by the way, then she can on YouTube put up a poll and see what people want.
Yeah. You ever hear a song by a...
Notice Davis blew by that one. I take it, people.
You ever hear a song that is a big hit for somebody? I can't remember the name of the song at the moment, but it was a huge Elvis Presley song, and I think it was All Shook Up. And I accidentally discovered the original version of that song that was not an original Elvis Presley song. Mm-hmm. So I may go that direction.
Perfect.
I like that very much. That's a good one. That way people can start getting their requests in early for that as well, too.
Yeah, exactly. They can send an email to nightbeat@radionemo.com.
It's Nemo Nation, by the way, guys. Go to truckdown.com, get yourself out of the ditch and back on the road. We got a lot of stuff coming up, including Breaker Talkback.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
What were you talking about, by the way, before we went to the break?
Oh, the Trucker Bosun's text about Wrigley Field.
Oh, 5 come out? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty terrific. By the way, I mean, that's a big thing, man. It's like some games have been decided by that, and Pat Grad's absolutely right. They win the game.
Mm-hmm.
They win. But here's the thing, too, man. There's a whole bunch of moments in that particular World Series where, had things broke a different way, somebody else would have won the game. But it was a real turning point in the game, and it was such a heads-up play. It's baseball intelligence is one of the five tools. About the great 5 tools of baseball, and the 5th one is baseball intelligence, and they don't mean that lightly. There were so many examples of baseball intelligence during that World Series, and a couple of moments of real blunders where people didn't think things out. There was a moment where this was a big mistake. So Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who played one of the greatest postseasons in baseball history and played one of the greatest World Series in baseball history, made a very big mistake. It was 3-2 count, full count, and a ball, the last pitch was thrown, and Dave, it was a nail biter. It could have gone either way. And rather than waiting for the umpire to make the call, he began to walk over to first base to take his walk, and the umpire went, 3, you're out. Here was the problem. The guy on first base didn't hear that. He just simply saw Vlad start to move to first base. He began to walk to second base. There was 1 out. The catcher threw the ball to second base, and the guy was standing there, tagged him out. Double play to end the inning.
Wow.
Don't ever show an umpire up. Don't ever do anything until the umpire says ball or strike. Umpires don't take that well. And Dan Ronan is going to be here. Like that segue? Dan Ronan is going to be here later on to talk about this stuff. Hey, by the way, we do a trucking show here really quickly. A truck driver has been arrested after knocking a lineman to the ground because he ignored traffic control personnel in North Carolina. The accident happened near Selma, North Carolina on Wednesday afternoon on October the 29th. The truck driver was located and arrested on Thursday, October 30th. According to ABC 11, repair technicians were working on a power line when the driver of a flatbed semi-truck hauling a septic truck ignored traffic control personnel instructions to stop due to low-hanging wires. The truck then became entangled in the wires, causing one lineman to fall to the ground. It would seem to me that you should never drive recklessly, but outside of maybe rocket fuel, a septic tank truck is something you shouldn't drive recklessly in. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree.
The lineman, 29-year-old James P. Rudsky, died as a result of the fall, and the truck driver left the scene. This is what one witness said of the incident. Those trucks are very heavy. Those trucks are very hard to slow down. If you don't slow down before you get there, you won't have time to slow down. I'm preaching to the choir here. You're listening to Nemo Nation. There is a ton of great content and quality coming your way in the form of a multitudinous number of guests. But before we get to any of that, Breaker, talk back. How are you?
We're here. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You guys don't do that well. I'm just going to say neither one of you does that well.
Wall to wall and treetop tall.
Over.
I'm not the professional.
Yeah, there you go. What's going on, Tara? Good morning. This is the moment when all the comments, criticisms, questions, queries, all over the social medias and the tubes of everything else arrive on the scene. Tara Garris, Dave Nemo, take it away.
And this is the time of day when I wish I would have done what I should have done earlier this week, and I've never done, ever, and probably never will, is ask you, hey, what are some of the things that folks that are saying? So we're hearing this cold here this morning, so lay it on us.
Yes, just so you guys know, I never share any of this with them prior to. I just throw it at them live. So
they got it coming.
It's fine. You said criticism. I wouldn't have brought it up, but you said it. Someone just literally went into our contact form to call us fat. But I don't know who they're talking to.
Wait, was
so
that FAT or PHAT?
I was thinking the same thing.
They said fatty with an F. So I don't know who they're speaking to.
Big fat fatty, fatty boobalatti, fatty boobalatti, fatty boobalatti. Give me a yeah, Dave. Yeah.
Fatty Arbuckle. Well,
Wow.
there's a guy. That's a case for you. Don't want to go there.
No. Or sit on that. I'm sorry. Go on. Please, go on.
Well, I guess we'll kick it off with something positive in the light of the fatties. But Ice Princess checked in and said, I hit the like button every single time. So I wanted to bring that up to say, you're doing it right, Ice Princess, and everyone else, if you're tuned in, if you're, driving, maybe not, wait. But if you're not, or if you can, hit the like button and share it. If you're listening anywhere other than YouTube, head over to the YouTube channel real quick. Just hit that like button on the stream. We really appreciate it. It helps boost the content a ton. And we really appreciate all of that you guys are doing.
It's already making
I did too.
It's already making a difference, isn't it? I mean, I've noticed something on social media. There's been a lot more engagement. A lot of people are kind of getting what the gag is around here, and boy, it really ramps stuff up. And if you know people, it's such a simple. It's such a weird game we play these days because if you just get a lot of people to make a commitment to come in and be like Yvonne Likestein. If you get a lot enough of those people, it really, really boosts it, which exposes it to more people. It has a cascade effect, does it not?
It does.
Yeah. Truth.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ice Princess, by the way. That is Groovy Von Groovystein. Really quickly, Tara, just wanted to tell Marshall, I did see that Bills game, and there were members of the Bills Mafia that took over a bar in the Marinee yesterday. Man, were they excited. Buffalo Bills Mafia. But by the way, we're not talking about that a lot though, because all of our friends at OIDA, they all live in Kansas City. Not a good day. Not a good day for them. Not a good day for the Swifties or the Chiefies. Good day for the Bills Mafia. Go on.
Wasn't a good day for a Lions fan either, but we have our days. But
we have our days.
We have our days. Let's move on to talking about something that's got some of you moving in a positive way. Project 61's Step Challenge. It started 2 days ago, but if you're hearing this, it's not too late. You can still go sign up. Dave, what is the URL? Where should they head to go find out more?
The URL is www.project, Project, project-61.org. Don't forget the dash. When you get to the Project 61 .org site. I lost myself there.
Project 61.
It's all apparent. Although I'm looking on.
How many kids does it have?
How many kids?
You said it's all apparent.
Oh, that's funny.
Whoa.
I like that. Yeah. What? I noticed on our on the chat here on YouTube that a lot of folks are having trouble getting that thing to work and.
Steps. It's
the
steps
thing,
because I just had to use my own step app. I actually posted about it. I know you guys saw that.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time
what
too.
my final step count was for the day? It was over 12,000.
Wow.
I got
nice.
I got close to 8 that morning. I walked City Park. I walked half of City Park. So I walked Dave will know this, Tara. I walked actually from Allen Toussaint, where the fishing dock is. I walked from the fishing dock all the way around through the center of the park at Harrison Avenue, and then walked back to my car.
Holy moly!
Yeah,
wow.
I'm gonna keep on trying to increase
That's a big park.
Yeah, it's the third biggest park in the United States,
Yes.
urban-wise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Tara. Project 61. What's happening?
No, you're good. Yeah, Dave, the reels that you were doing promoting the challenge have gotten some attention. A lot of people are seeing you getting after it, and I think they're a little motivated. Joe J commented, I joined a day late, but better late than never. And Joe, I saw that you commented that you did 3 miles the other day. That's fantastic.
Awesome.
So way to go, Joe. Jim H added, I'm going to go check it out. We all need the help that we can get for the job that we have and the lifestyle that we uphold. So Jim's right. Driving does take a toll. I mean, taking care of your body is a part of taking care of your career. So it's good to see that drivers are supporting each other in this and also just hopping on this bandwagon that we have going. And Dave, your push-ups in that video were getting people talking as well. Pam T said, well, look at you, Dave. And Chowder said, very nicely done, Dave. And Gregory G said, way to go, Dave. So I think you're setting the bar a little high, Dave. I'm proud of you. It's very good.
Well, I just wanted to give some motivation, and we do everything we want other folks to do. Well, we try to.
We put our money.
Set the example.
We try to put our money where our mouth is on that. And You tell them where you walk. Actually, the park you walk in is really nice as well too. The outdoor place that you walk. I mean, you go to the gym a lot and do a lot of treadmills and stuff like that. But that park you're in, tell people about that park.
Oh, that's Lafreniere Park. It used to be a horse racing. What do you call it? Track. A big track like the fairgrounds here in New Orleans. It was in Metairie, and back in the very early 70s. It was abandoned. It was just abandoned. It was nothing but weeds and rats and snakes.
And people would go to the rat races there.
Nefarious people. Yeah. And there was a go-go place right outside the gates. And it was on Downs Boulevard. Downs Boulevard. And the place was called the Downs Lounge.
Oh my God, I remember.
And I think it was like 18 beautiful fillies.
Oh my God.
Horrible, right? Back in the 70s, that was okay.
Anybody that misses the 70s was pretty much going to Catholic school and being protected by a lot of people from seeing what the world was like. I mean, there was a bar in New Orleans called the Crash Landing. You remember that?
Oh,
too?
I went to the Crash Landing.
The Crash Landing Tower. They actually, Dre, you'd love this. It's the roof was a plane that had crashed into the roof. But I don't mean like a little plane. I mean like the entire roof was like a passenger plane that had crashed into the roof.
Nice.
Really. And then there was Randall's Blue Goose Inn. I don't even got to tell you what that's like. I mean, just the title alone, the name of the bar alone, kind of. I've always said anytime anybody's name is at the front of the bar, it's probably not a good thing. Like Gene Freeze's Basin Lounge. Who was Gene and what was he all about? Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's just,
I love a bar name. Bar names just there is one in my father's hometown. I don't know if I should say it or not, I'll be honest, but they had to change the name because people got offended by it. It was called the Horny Toad, so they changed the name to the Satisfied Frog.
Nice. Good segue.
Oh, that's fantastic. Here's my favorite dive bar name in New Orleans: Snake and Jake's Christmas Club Limited Lounge.
That's a mouthful.
It's fantastic. What you got, Dre?
Well, I got a place back home. It's just called You're Here.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, I like that too.
I always wanted to open a bar and call it the Orleans Union Tavern.
Orleans Union.
Oh, I like
Orleans Union Tavern. By the way, what are the initials?
Yeah, OUT.
Where you going? I'm going out.
Get out.
Going out.
Closing time.
And the other bar I want to open up is called the Pig Latin Pub. I would like to do that. And I also want to have Custer's Last Call.
Sarah doesn't know what she's laughing at.
I don't.
But it's funny. It's funny though. It's fun. It's funny stuff though. Yeah, and I think, by the way, if I was going to open up Custer's Last Call, I'd open up with Chowder. He would be angry if I didn't do that. Given the reference there to a little George Armstrong Custer. Go on.
Okay, well, moving on from bar talk and bar names, we're going to move into Halloween things because obviously I haven't been on since Halloween was Friday. So we're going to switch gears for a second. We have some Halloween related comments that I'd love to get into. We posted that photo of you, Dave. I'm not sure if that was Halloween last year before, but we posted of you in a shirt that had like little skeletons on it and stuff. With the Jack Skeleton, I think.
Skeleton. That was last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it last year? Yeah.
And by the way, it's Skellington.
Skellington. Thank you.
I've never seen it.
The man has earned a right. The man has earned a right to have his name pronounced. As a matter of fact, Tara, I'm going to insist that you start doing movie watch videos with Dave so we can force you to watch stuff like this.
I'm going to have to bone up on my names.
Oh, nicely done, by the way, Jack.
Wow.
Nicely done. I do want to add this really quickly before we actually get to Tara's Halloween stuff. This is really cool. A British farm celebrated the life of legendary rock singer Ozzy Osbourne by breaking a Guinness World Record with a massive squash mosaic in the musician's image. Sunnyfields Farms in Southampton, England, arranged hundreds of pumpkins and squashes into an image of the Prince of Darkness measuring 2,281 square feet. The end result earned the Guinness World Record for the largest cucurbita mosaic image. The mosaic was unveiled at a ceremony attended by Osbourne's wife Sharon and daughter Kelly. The lead singer of the legendary metal band Black Sabbath, as you all know, died on July 22nd at the too young age of 76. There are pictures available. Just type in Ozzy Osbourne and pumpkins and watch what you get. If you go to UPI's News of the Odd, you can see it done in a time-lapse video. The whole thing get put together in the blink of an eye, and it's really, really
Very cool.
I'm sorry, you were talking Halloween. Go on.
No, it's all good. We love all this. I'm having a good time.
Holy
But
moly! I'm looking at the picture. That's more than I
Dave.
expected.
Can we get it posted, Tara, at some point?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we'll get that posted. We'll get that put up there. But you were talking Halloween yourself. Go on.
Well, Tony Justice, friend of the show, stopped by just to say, looking good, Dave. Happy Halloween. So always good to hear from Tony. He's got the Halloween spirit in the comments section. And then David K said, nice shirt, Dave. I used to listen in the late 70s on AM radio out of Florida. I believe you might have been based in New Orleans. Yes.
Yes.
But I retired after 47 years of driving or something or the other. But that's amazing, David. Wow. I truly do think that people are finding us again. It's been a wave of comments of people that are not saying like, oh, great segment or whatever. They're just saying like, oh, hey guys, like I found you, used to listen. And I'm very excited people are coming back to us. It's a great feeling.
I want to point out something else too. We had a really fun post of we do a number of posts of like movies of different gangs of people. And I didn't really get a chance to kind of share why we share those, and want to let our regular listeners, our trucker bosuns, our marshals, our pack rats, all of you guys out there, chowder, we would like you guys to share that. Because those are not generic, but they're very, very, they're not specific in the sense that they don't get into a lot of details. They're not about programming. They're about the energy and the spirit of the show. And ultimately, it's our hope that a lot of our friends out there, and they do, by the way, Trucker Bosun does it, Joe J. Joe J is terrific at it, as a matter of fact. We want people sharing it. And basically the message is you don't know what you're missing. That's what we want people to kind of spread the word is. We're not asking people to give us a second chance. We feel like if you give us a first chance, you're in the gang. If you come on, everybody's having such a good time on the chat, to let people know that there's a gang of fun happening over here. And we're posting those as much for our friends who, like Tom Bray, who went out, by the way, you saw what Tom went and bought, huh?
Wait, remind me. I saw
Tom went
comment.
and based on a T-shirt that I was wearing and my love of a certain movie.
The pigs.
Tom went out and got the Pork Chop Express
I saw
T-shirt.
that. I liked it.
You know,
I loved that.
And he went and bought it, and he basically said, "Please don't guess, Jimmy, because you already know what this movie is, and you do now too, Tara, because we actually used a picture of it that inspired Tom. We used a picture from that movie, Get in the Gang." So,
Tara, you mentioned the dive bars and everything like that, and the names. You reminded me, and I think you can still do it. I don't know where to look for it at the moment, but there is a place where you can go and join the Dive Bar T-shirt of the Month Club, and every month you get a T-shirt from a different dive bar someplace. I thought that was pretty cool.
That is really cool.
I'm going to get that.
I love that.
I love all those I love when people do. Those are my favorite kind of clubs, by the way, when you get like the box of goodies, but they're weirdo goodie stuff.
Very eclectic. I love that.
Yeah, we should have one of those eventually. Not tomorrow, guys. We're not doing that tomorrow. It takes a lot of planning. Hey, Tara, throw that together. Why don't you? I've got this idea.
Boxes will be shipped tomorrow.
Yeah.
DiveBarShirtClub.com. There it is.
We're going to get those guys to sponsor the show. I'd take that as a sponsorship.
That would be really cool.
That would be awesome. Go on.
Well, in the comment section with the Halloween shirt as well, this one made me pause. 3.5 sent in a photo from a hospital bed and said he went as a patient for Halloween this year, which was a funny thing to say, but we are thinking about you, 3.5. You've got a whole community pulling for you, so we hope that you get well soon, and thanks for listening even through the hard times, for sure.
By the way, he called the show. He called the show the morning after his operation. He called from the hospital to let us know that he was going to be okay. And it was really, and he's made such a commitment to wearing pink. He wore pink all of October. All through October. By the way, it's Movember. It is Movember, by the way, which is the month that is kind of focused on men's health. So it's great that Jeremy Raymer would actually pick this month to do Project 61. Although we're asking all drivers to focus on their health, we know who that 61 is. Speaking of that, by the way, have y'all seen the Brian Wiebold of 10th Street has made the video commitment to doing 22 push-ups every morning.
I didn't see that. Nice.
Put it on video, and to memorialize. We lose 22 veterans a day to suicide. And we are trying to bring that number down, so we're doing 22 push-ups every day in their honor. If you happen to take videos of that, you haven't got to put a video up every day, but every once in a while, just get that video going. Bobby Perry, I think it is the guy who's so committed to making sure we do those 22
Oh
push-ups
yeah,
as
we
well.
had him on the show back in I
Back
think
in
Did the
2022
22
at
with him
Matt's.
at
Yeah.
Women in Trucking
Yeah,
conference a few
we
years
did.
back.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
we did the. Remember, we got in a big gang
Yeah.
with Sarah Lee and Bobby and
Sarah
all
Lee
those
was
guys.
there,
We did.
yeah.
Dave did the 22. He did them. Some people were on their knees, not Dave and me. We crossed our legs. Go on.
That's awesome. Well, Don Max Kraus had a little weather reminder for you guys and said you'll have to dress heavier than that in about 35 to 40 days when you go to Maine. And that's probably true. I've never been, but you guys would definitely know you need about 3 or more layers when you go there.
Well, it's really weird how you have to dress there, as a matter of fact, because it is layering. You are layering there. As you know, Dave got a chance to go over with me last year, and if you don't wear those layers, you're going to find yourself walking into rooms where you're going to get not make yourself well because there are buildings you're in that are drafty. So you're basically wanting to have one heavy coat with a light coat, maybe you know what I'm saying? It just you really are layering it up because you're kind of moving back and forth, and you got to keep the cars warm, the trucks warm, and all that kind of stuff. So it does make a big difference.
You can always take away layers, but you can never add them once you leave the house. So you might as well bring all of them, and then you can just kind of shed them away as you need to.
I was doing interviews there one time, Tara, and I took off one of my gloves to hold up a microphone closer to somebody's face. I got in the car. It was 19 degrees that day. I got in the car. I thought my hand was going to fall off. It got those pins and needles. You know what I'm talking about when you go from cold to warm. And I swear to God, I could not get my hand to stop hurting. So yeah, I mean, as we head towards Wreaths Across America, people need to get on top of this stuff. They need to be sure they are prepared. So a big shout out to Don Max, who I know I will see with Dean Croak when we go up there to the driver's lounge. Let me see if I can convince Dave maybe to come up again. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see what's going on. Go on.
Well, you guys are going to have to bear with me. This one's a little bit, I don't know what it's talking about it's kind of a run-on sentence, so just bear with me, but I'm going to read it verbatim. Retired driver Jeff M. wrote into our contact form and said, having lived in Wyoming for 18 years, I called the port of entry to find out for sure what a high-profile vehicle was. When the roads were closed, I was told any tractor trailer or CMV, pickup truck, car, or van that can't hold its lane in high wind. Maybe you could put this out there on air for listeners. It might help new drivers. Thank you.
That's been a controversy for a long time. In fact, just this year, or maybe sometime during this year, Wyoming actually put out some parameters for, how light. So anybody under 50,000, under 40,000, they would put those up because otherwise, before that, it was just, hey, if you're high profile, don't come. And well, how high? And how light, and how windy. So they have a hard time narrowing that down.
Basically, it's a warning to be careful.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it's like you do what you feel, but do your due diligence. Really think long and hard. Because I have to tell you, Don and I went to Wyotech one year. We drove up there, and even in the F-150, I thought I was going to get thrown off the road. Wyoming. Have you been there yet, Tara? I know you've been a lot of places.
I have not. I've never been there.
Let me tell you something. They have there are certain roads where they put down road stops where it's like, they lower the gate. They're like, you don't bring your car in here right now. You'll get whipped off. I'm talking about hurricane force winds. And if you have an empty trailer, and you're high, and you have an empty trailer, I'm telling you, you are.
So you mean on bridges or just in general?
In general.
Wow.
Think of the wagon trains going across
It's the wide open spaces the chicks have talked about. I mean, you talk about some wind tunnels. Tunnels.
Just flat space and wind. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean wide open spaces where you can see mountains, but they are far in the distance, and you are in a wide open space. And I'll tell you what, as a person who lives in a place, and Dave does too, and Dre does too, where we know what a high wind is, I'm telling you, high winds. High, dangerous. Well, I don't know if you noticed this when we used to do the Interscan weather report. I talked less about the rain and more about the wind. And that was a big thing. And you get to Wyoming sometimes, and it'd be like, out of the west, 85 miles an hour. I mean, literally, we'd have 50 with gust up to 85. I mean, it's not uncommon.
Is that like tumbleweed country? Is that like
No,
in
no,
that?
actually, that's not tumbleweed. Tumbleweed country is the winds there are pretty bad too, but that's a different kind of wind because it's not cold.
Okay.
That makes a big difference.
Hot.
That's a tumbleweed wind tends to be hot wind. Unless somebody wants to correct me, that's kind of it. No, this is like literally, there might be tumbleweeds. They've been blown away already.
Do you know where
They're
tumbleweeds
gone.
come from, Tara?
I feel like I used to.
They come
Clue me
from
in.
little seeds that were in blankets from Russian immigrants who were on wagon trains going across like the Oregon Trail and whatnot. And when they stopped at night to make camp, they would take their blankets and, shake them out and things like that, or shake them out when they got up in the morning. So the little seeds would come out of those blankets, and there's your tumbleweed.
I-80.
I definitely didn't know that. I did not know that.
Two great comments, by the way. Marshall says the I-80 Wyoming is the Snow Chi Min Trail. And Ken Forart, of course, says it's a snowy hurricane from east to west, north to south. Trains are scared of getting blown over in Wyoming. And by the way, he's not exaggerating. It depending upon, I'm saying, if you have a full load, if whatever you're hauling is heavy, you're probably okay. But even some of those guys say, okay, that's too much. But if you've got empty cars or empty trailers or anything like that, trains or trucks, you better take a long, hard look about what you're going to do before you do it. Because, man, you get blown and it sucks.
I mean, you go through with heavy though, but wouldn't you in most cases have to go back through empty?
Yeah,
but you'd have to think about that prior to.
Well, you have to think about how long you're willing to wait, what your pickup is. A lot of people though, a lot of people won't take loads into places like Wyoming or the Pacific Northwest unless they know they're picking something up. That's a big thing too, right, David? You won't go someplace, because deadheading is just not, not a good time. Not a good time, especially if you haven't worked out how your rates are going to work and all that kind of stuff. Go on in the final moment.
Well, Chris Wise said, "Hi, gang. Thank you so much for being there for us. I really appreciate what you guys do. I only wish I could listen more often." But Chris, we appreciate that. Listening just whenever you can. The life on the road is unpredictable, so we appreciate you just whenever you can tune in.
And Chris, you don't have to listen like in a box like you used to have to listen on the radio. We're live from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday through Friday Central Time, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. But
with a live at noon as well on
Wednesday. With a live at noon on Wednesday with Lindsay's We Should Write. So you can listen anytime, and you can pick and choose and kind of stack up your own playlist.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave hit the nail on the head. What they've accomplished, what Tara, Nick, and Claire and all the gang working on this have accomplished is nothing short of extraordinary. You can cherry pick and playlist your own stuff based on the platform you use. Every single Washington Trucking Week has its own platform. Every single Tech Talk with TMC, every single Last Empty Places, all of that kind of groovy stuff. Speaking of groovy, we got to go, Tara, but you are one groovy chick. Thank you, Turtle.
Hey, thanks, guys. You guys have a great show.
Thanks, Tara.
By the way, Forart says, Tara, Google the Wyoming windsock. It's part joke, part truth. Hey guys, Nemo Nation is coming at you fast and furious. The guests are lined up. We're getting ready to cook this sucker up. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the road. They've been doing it forever.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
It is fast port and it is fast paced over here at the Degas House. Our first guest, we're going to get it rolling right now. Danielle Spinelli is the host of the Tell Me Everything podcast. She's also known as the Fraud Girl. No, it's because she's an expert in fraud, not because she's going to rip you off. Trusted fraud fighter and carrier vetting expert. She was honored with the 2024 Women in Logistics Award. Descartes, My Carrier Porter, and Macro Point. We are thrilled to have her here this morning. You can find her on LinkedIn at Danielle Spinelli 11 or mycarrierportal.com. Dave, say good morning to our guest.
Danielle, good morning and welcome. It's great to have you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Oh, goodness. Hey, how was your Halloween? Did you have a good weekend?
I did. Lots of trick-or-treating. I still have one little one that wants to trick-or-treat, so he was Dexter, and we got to do all the fun things with him.
Wait a minute. The Dexter?
Yeah, I know. I don't know how he came up with this, but yeah, he decided he wanted to be Dexter last minute, so we had to run to Walmart, pick up some clothes, and it was pretty fun.
So where do you have your little stash of candy that you set aside before you put it out on Friday night?
Right, I know. I had to hide that one for sure. My kids usually get a hold of it. And then afterwards, I'm like, there's a tax for me taking you trick-or-treating, right? So I have to have my candy tax.
Yes, indeed. One for me, one for you. One for you, two for me, one for you, three for me. Okay, let's get on to something serious here because you are the Fraud Girl. And I sent you a thing here yesterday. The war on reality has hit trucking in a very direct and costly way. And the question, is this company I'm working with real or not, has become a real question. It's a vital question. So the question for you, Danielle, is how did we get here? How did this happen? Who let the dogs out? I mean, what's going on?
Oh, I know. It's very wild that this has escalated so much. What my personal opinion on everything, and, I guess this isn't factual unless we talk to all the bad guys, but really, at the end of the day, we've been double brokering within logistics for, since times began, basically. A guy couldn't pick up a load. He would have his buddy do it for him, take a little bit off the top. The load always delivered, though. So, yes, double brokering was bad. But we always also kind of looked the other way because at the end of the day, the load got delivered. Really during, 2020, everybody got sent home. We had a lot of dispatchers overseas, and they really learned the ins and outs of logistics and kind of saw, oh yeah, people, turn a blind eye at double brokering a lot of times. So this would be our way to kind of infiltrate a lot of loopholes that they could get in, and golly, did they find them. So we've had to, as an industry, make a lot of changes, do a lot of education pieces. I know my software company that we do, My Care Portal, we had to make a ton of changes just to try to stay ahead of these guys and combat them. So it's been very much a cat and mouse game now that they've, came in hard hitting for the logistics industry.
Danielle, I'm going to tell this very quick story. Long-time listeners have heard this, but back in 1971, a man named Charlie Douglas here in New Orleans went to Loyola University and told them that their big 50,000-watt radio station, WWL-AM, was a powerhouse and that they were missing an opportunity by not doing any programming or selling any materials to truck drivers who just own the roads at night. And they said, oh, wow, yeah, let's do it. And that was 50-something years ago, and here we are today. No longer on the radio, but now live streaming. So, do you think that somebody, okay, so, like I think it's Nigeria, the third biggest portion of their income is, scamming emails. Do you think somebody someplace said, we're missing a big opportunity here, trucking. I'll bet there's a lot of opportunity to get inside trucking. I mean, did somebody just have a light bulb come over their head? Is there sort of a timeline on any of that anybody understands? I know that's a long, drawn-out question.
No, there definitely has been. I mean, there's call centers in India. So India, I know, is a big one where they have the call centers where people go into work, and that's their day in, day out job is to, scam people basically in logistics. That's what they do. Formerly, a lot of those people were actual dispatching services, so they're legitimate. Or at least the head guys of these organizations. And then because they've learned the ins and outs of trucking, really have been able to talk the talk, do all the things. Because there's a different lingo we speak in logistics, as we all know. So because they were in it ahead of time, they're able to know the ins and outs of things, and then have learned like, oh yeah, this is a cash cow. We can really, do a lot of things from overseas. A lot. There's like the, gangs here within the U.S., but a lot of them are overseas. Armenia is a big one, and India's gotten to be a pretty big one. I know they just did the big sting on those 12 stings of them through the FBI.
Mm-hmm. The Sing organization.
Yeah, which it's hard because Sing is, basically like a Smith, right, over there. So, I mean, it's hard to say that. I know some people are like, I'm never working with a Sing. Well, you're probably not going to move a lot of freight. But, yeah, obviously some of them were bad. And but, yeah, no, definitely it is where they, like I said, I think they learned the industry and learned, this isn't easy. There's so many loopholes. Like a blind shipment, for instance, like that's like right now the biggest way that they're hitting drivers is rerouting them through blind shipments. And it's wild that we do that. That's such a crazy thing. If you think about it outside of being in logistics, you would never be like, what? You're telling me to go somewhere totally different and no paperwork ever shows that? How is this even a thing? So.
I have a question for our listeners out there that I'm kind of curious what you say. So is there a way to kind of incorporate this sort of diligence not only into your company, into your pre-trip as well? Are there things that you should check before you actually head out on the road? Because so much of being behind the wheel of a truck is flow state, is getting into kind of a rhythm. Is there something that you can incorporate in your daily routine that will help prevent you from getting defrauded?
Definitely. Really knowing who you're working with, as like if you're working with a broker or shipper, confirming that this is a legitimate entity and it's not somebody posing as the broker or shipper. That's, I guess, number one. And then number two is really going off of paperwork. If you do have a blind shipment, so that's where they're hitting drivers the heaviest right now, is these blind shipments or rerouting. Have a way to still be able to vet that blind shipment. Like at the end of the day, somebody on that paperwork does understand the real where people should really go, and it should still have on there, either the right pickup address or the right delivery, or at least have the right broker name on there, so that you can still verify something on that paperwork. And on a blind shipment, that should be disclosed to you prior to you even entering, the facility. So a lot of times they're getting sent in somewhere, they're getting different BOLs, and then later the scammers are like, hey, this is actually going here as a blind shipment. Or rerouting them completely, like, hey, actually now the delivery is going here instead. Here's new bills, and kind of having a process in place where when you do have a blind shipment or you do have a rerouting, there's just an extra step of verification. Whether that's your dispatcher that needs to do a little bit of extra digging in because they have a little bit extra time on their hands to be able to, look up who that entity is and make those extra phone calls. Or if you're an owner-operator, making a simple outbound call and confirming things can really save you.
Danielle, the fraud girl Spinelli, is with us here this morning. And My Carrier Portal, Portal, mycarrierportal.com is Danielle's web address. Danielle, Dave here. I wanted to kind of go back to something you mentioned, and this may turn out to be Dave's dumb question of the day. But
Dave, dumb question of the day, number one.
Do you think that it's possible that some of the people in India, Romania, who are working for these operations really don't even know that what they're doing is criminal? Is that a possibility?
I sure
you
hope
think?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure hope so because I don't know how you would sleep at night knowing that you're ripping people off. But there are a lot of different. I mean, cultures are different. Like you were saying before, with like Nigeria, for instance, they have. And I know like the Bahamas were one for a while where they were scamming like our grandparents and calling them and saying, that your kid's in jail, and you need to wire this money and stuff. I mean, there are different cultures out there where that's just kind of accepted and it's okay. It's not frowned upon as much as we frown upon it here in the States. So either hopefully they don't know about things, or it's just so normal there that they don't really think twice. I don't really know the answer.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
We're going to get you back on for a full half-hour conversation at some point. We do this pretty rapidly here, but we'd love to have you back if you'll have us.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to.
Thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime. Give them that website one more time, Dave.
The website for Danielle is mycarrierportal.com.
And you can find her at Danielle Spinelli at Danielle Spinelli 11 over on LinkedIn. Make that connection. Make that hookup. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
Well, of course, we're giving way to a news flash, but it's not a news flash. It's a newsman with a news plan. It's the Dan with the plan. He needs no introduction. He's done this a long time. He's been everywhere from CNN to Transport Topics, and now he's over at NPR. He's also a very close friend of this show, and we couldn't have welcomed him after a better weekend. It was World Series conclusion. Dan Ronan joins us. What is going on, my friend? How you doing?
I am all right. Coming off of a newscast last night at NPR and joining you early this morning, at least early if you work an overnight shift.
Where the hours are so bad, they're almost good, but not quite, right?
Yeah. There's a certain symmetry of driving home at 4 a.m. when there's no one on the road except for the guy who wants to squeegee your car window when it's raining.
At 4 a.m.
Fraud exists at every level, as Dan is proving. Dan, I have to ask you, you're a baseball fan like I am, and we'll get to some trucking stuff here and transportation stuff in a second. Where do you rank this World Series in regards to drama and eventfulness?
Oh, maybe second or third. I mean, there's the Braves, Twins series, the great series in 91 with Kirby Puckett and John Schmaltz and Jack Morris, which is great. And I lived in Atlanta, and I actually went to a couple of those games. The 1960 World Series with Bill Mazeroski and the Mets, with just the drama of the fact that the Pirates, that the Pirates were completely outplayed except for 4 games where they hit the ball and they did real well. I think this has got to be, right there. I'd also rank it in sheer entertainment value, right up there with the Kansas City Cardinals World Series of the mid '80s that brought us the famous Denkinger call. So I would say it's in the top 5, the top 3 or 4 at least. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, I kept thinking about you as I watched the series, the baseball intelligence on display. I mean, the decision to put up his arms and call for a dead ball. Was just
at the two base award when the ball became lodged in the padding. There was a funny piece of video that showed up Instagram, one of the social medias, a couple of hours later, of someone on the grounds crew in Toronto at Rogers Center with a gigantic can of that foam spraying the bottom of the fence, saying, "Well, this is never going to happen again."
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like I said. I mean, and to watch, and I don't think a lot of people realized what it was that Yamamoto did that was so old school. It felt like Greg Maddux reincarnated in a Japanese body, didn't it?
No, it was. To pitch Game 6 as well as he did, and then come out with no rest and pitch in relief. I mean, that's 1930s. Don't do anything, rub some dirt on it type of baseball.
Yeah, it really was. It was an extraordinary World Series, and I kept thinking about you through the whole process. Like I said, I've never seen so much baseball intelligence, and at the same time, some real bonehead plays. I kept thinking about you when Guerrero decided to show up the umpire and start walking towards the base, and literally because the guy on first base can't hear the umpire make the call, he takes off jogging towards second base.
Gets picked off.
Guerrero ran them into a double play that ended the inning, and he played one of the greatest World Series of all times too.
and we almost had a World Series decided. We came very extraordinarily close to almost having a World Series decided by replay on the forced play at home. I mean, look at how close the timing was of the catcher getting his foot back down on the home plate to institute the forced play. I mean, it was fractional. It was the ultimate bang bang. And I give an enormous amount of credit to Jordan Baker, who was the home plate umpire. He got the call right.
Yeah, I was because at first my dad went, I don't know, and we kept watching it, and he's like, oh my God, he got his foot back. And by the way, who'd have ever thought with all those stars that it would? And he's a legitimate talent. But the Yamamoto was one of the stars. But the catcher for the Dodgers just played. I mean, every time the world was on the line, he came through. It was extraordinary.
Yeah,
it was extraordinary.
Yeah. You're talking about Miller. No, it was extraordinary, and he had a great World Series, and very much again showing how important a catcher is in a solid catcher. We saw that with Seattle, with the extraordinary year that the big guy had with Seattle with 60 home runs. I mean, catchers are not supposed to hit 60 home runs. Catchers are supposed to hit 240 and be defensive anchors, and it's proving that, we're seeing just extraordinarily how great these athletes are.
It's about staying in shape and taking care of yourself and making sure those knees don't break down. Dan, I could do this all morning. I know Dave's got some questions about transportation and trucking he wants to dive into.
Well, not necessarily if you guys want to.
No. We got to do this. This is a Transpo show. What is going on, Dan? What are you looking at these days? What's caught your attention?
Well, there seems to be a battle that is starting, and it periodically flares. It's like one of these prairie fires that starts and gets put out. Freight waves in the ATA are having a fight again, and Craig Fuller has fired another salvo over the issue of capacity in the trucking industry and the assertion by Bob Costello, the chief economist, that there's a driver shortage. And FreightWave says, there's not, and it's nonsense. And I think that this is pretty interesting because Fuller made some pretty compelling arguments that there is not a driver shortage and that there are capacity issues in the trucking industry that still need to be hashed out. But he went right straight at them and fired a big torpedo right at that particular issue. And I can hardly wait to see what's next.
I'll tell you this: Jason Miller, Kirkpatrick, who works for the ATA, got involved. There was a lot of back and forth. And one of the other big accusations that Fuller has been leveling, Dave, I don't know if you've seen this, is that he's saying now you guys are trying to finesse what you said. You're trying to walk it back to some degree, saying, no, what we really meant was, and there's a lot of that nonsense going on, too.
I remember early on when the driver shortage mantra started to flow out in the industry. Then it was tempered by, we're talking about 10 years out. 10 years out. 10 years later, we got another 10 years out, and they kind of dropped that out of the equation. Dan, if you remember, am I right on that?
I do, and then there was also the talk about how that there's a driver shortage in Europe, and that they've got even bigger problems. There's no question that the industry has problems retaining people, and people roll in the industry and then they roll out of the industry. And there's a problem with the fact that there's 100,000 people in the clearinghouse who have lost the right to drive because of substance abuse issues, and we don't want people on the road with substance abuse issues. But there is also a capacity question, and is the industry, does it have enough capacity? Is there too much capacity? Is there not enough capacity? What is going to happen also with this issue of the non-domiciled CDLs that's going on? That's another issue that, again, speaks to the issue of capacity and weeding out people, and again, tightening that up. So it's a fascinating story, but Fuller clearly has his sights trained on 80 M Street Southeast in D.C., the headquarters of my former employer, and is really taking him to task in scathing editorials, and they're interesting to read.
I want to ask you a point blank question, Dan, and I'm gonna give you my opinion. You tell me if you agree, or you tell me you think I'm full of it. What I think has happened here is the real translation. Anytime those cast of characters say there's a driver shortage, they say there's not enough people that we can underpay like crazy. Every time I hear it, all I hear them saying now is we don't have enough cheap labor. That's what I hear.
Well, and that is the argument that is being made with the talk of getting more 18, 19, 20-year-olds into the pipeline, because 18, 19, 20-year-olds are not going to demand the same rate of pay as a driver who's been driving 15, 20 years and is trying to raise a family of 2 kids and like as well. That is an argument that has been made. I do not like to give opinions on that sort of thing because I'm not an expert when it comes to pay rates, but there are those that say that that many in the trucking industry, the driving community especially, is significantly underpaid, and that the real problem is that it's a retention issue, and that's why there's so much churn in the industry, is because companies, and we saw this during the pandemic, would say, well, I'll give you that $15,000 signing bonus if you stay on for 6 months, and then they would stay with the company for 6, 8, 10 months, and then go to another company. So that's the question. But there are many drivers who will tell you that they believe that they are grossly underpaid and they want to be paid more money. And I am a big believer, and if you can get more money from your employer, go for it. Give it a run.
By the way, Dan, before we shuffle off this radio coil, Dre, I'm going to eschew the transition since Chris is already here with us. Chris Orban is sitting in studio with us, and we're always thrilled to have him. He's the co-founder, Journey TMS, and Connected Supply Chain Advocate. We're glad to have you here. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning. Very, very happy to be here as always.
And I just kind of want to pick up this because he's got a couple of thoughts on this that he wanted to share with you before we let you shuffle off your radio coil. You actually have a second contingent. It's not just the pay, is it?
Yeah, and in fact, I think everybody knows I'm very much a data geek, so I've spent 20 years looking at data around driver retention and pay rates and things like that. And so while there certainly is a minimum pay that a company needs to pay a driver to make sure they're retained and stay happy, you can't treat drivers like crap either. You can't treat them like numbers. You can't ignore their home time requests. You have to treat them like human beings and get them the things that you promised them during that recruiting cycle.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to, right, Dan? I mean, you know something about this as well, do you not? The idea that, you can't expect to treat people like cattle and then be surprised when they go off to greener pastures, right?
No, not at all. And that's one of the challenges that the industry is facing. When you see things like we saw a couple of weeks ago, where we had a pretty substantial carrier, no names to be mentioned, that filed for bankruptcy, closed up its shop, and left drivers and others in the company stranded, and canceled the credit cards and all of those things. You can't, that's not good business practice. That does real bad things for morale. That shows people you really don't care about them. And that was another example, and there have been many of them, where we have seen that in the industry where, company closes, says on Friday they're going to close on COB at 5 o'clock, but they don't tell anybody. And about 4:59, the guy goes to, use his gas card or something, and suddenly it declines, and he's like, oh, what happened? And then he gets a phone call or an email that says, leave the gear and get home on your own. Not good.
Not good at all.
That's truck driving.
Yeah.
And this conversation could have been had 50 years ago.
But
the more things change, blah, blah, blah.
But I'm going to actually do a little bit of pushback on that. First of all, that's learned helplessness. But the problem is we have more outlets and platforms like this one. There's more people having the conversation, which is why more people are talking out and talking up, I think, to some degree, that more people are talking to each other. The other thing is, too, is that there are sectors like the alternative fuel sector and some construction sectors where people do get paid well, and they do get treated well, and they go back and they come back and they never come back to trucking, and that's a big difference. You ain't the only game in town anymore, Dave.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we all okay. The whole English language thing, it's being taken as something new. Man, that thing has been written in stone in 1937. It's never been a not out of service condition. It just happened that in 2015 or 17 or thereabouts, CVSA decided that, well, they wouldn't necessarily make it out of service. If he could get in here to the way station and he could stop, that's half the game right there, so let him go. So that kind of got let go. And then the whole English, and then the states have always been at rivalry with the feds. So now that's being brought up. So it's the same ball of yarn just wrapped up differently.
Dan, you have stayed way past it, and you had to do NPR all last night. We're going to let you shuffle off this radio coil. We love you. Happy baseball
Great
watching.
World Series.
Great World Series, and we'll talk about how the Saints should never play the Los Angeles Rams ever again. Ever again.
Speaking of New Orleans, real quick, wonderful piece last night on CNN about the recovery of New Orleans during the post-Katrina 2005, 2007, and all of the work that went into keeping the Saints in New Orleans, and especially by former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
Unbelievable.
It's a very important story, close to your heart, but it was a wonderful story that really went deep into how close the Saints came to leaving New Orleans and how big a deal, how great a job Tagliabue did to keep the Saints in New Orleans.
It would have been a black eye from which the NFL would not have recovered. And as a matter of fact, I would argue that his theory was absolutely put to the test and succeeded. The drop-off in the Super Bowl when the Saints were robbed in 2019, check the ratings for that Super Bowl of what happened that year. It would have been a disaster from which the NFL, a PR disaster, they would have had to live with for a very long time. He heroically behind the scenes, to some degree, argued, cajoled. It's a great story. I can't wait to check it out. Thank you, Dan.
Bye. See you guys.
All right. When we get back into this up with John Maley, we're gonna keep Chris on and kind of dig into him as well too. Get a chance. How are you this morning, by the way?
Fantastic.
How's the weather out there?
It is freezing. I can't believe that humans. I can't believe that humans can survive at 60-degree weather.
I know, it's unbelievable.
We wore jackets last week. We are wearing jackets this morning.
It's been pretty darn good, by the way. We're having a legitimate fall has drifted into the city of New Orleans, and that is really a wonderful thing. Did you have a good Halloween?
Fantastic. Really beautiful. The city's always fantastic for Halloween. Love it.
I did a walking tour of the French Quarter, which was so much fun and a great way to spend Halloween. And the weather was perfect that night, too. Got some great pictures. Dave got a chance, I know you were listening, to play in his band. Played at FOMO and got a chance to play a new cover of Werewolves of London.
One of my favorites.
Oh,
love some Lawrence Evon.
We were actually saying that he finally got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Exactly. He finally got in this year. And by the way, Joe Cocker just got in. And that's why it's why Dolly was really uncomfortable accepting it. And it was Metallica that had to say, you should do it and use the platform to call attention to those who have not yet been admitted. And so it's like, I can do that. And Dolly, as Dolly always does good. John Maley's going to come up on the other side of here. Chris Orban is joining us this morning as well. He makes an occasional stunt. You should come in more. Just drop by.
I'll swing. I'll hang out on the porch.
It could be like the Merv Griffin show. Look who came by, man. What's going on? Remember that great Seinfeld episode, by the way, when he stole the entire set of the Merv Griffin show and put it in his house?
He did.
It's fantastic. And George walks in. Look who it is.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Indeed, because we are live from Fastport Studios on this fantastic Monday with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, speaking of our good friends over at Fastport, I do want to give them a shout out as well. They are doing essentially what I would call the Lord's work. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Rolltide himself, who was on the chat this morning, Brad Bentley and his friends Dave Harrison and Gina Molinax. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We have a friend in studio. We have a friend we're getting on the phone here in just a moment as the fast-paced continues here. Before we get to John Maley, who we're going to talk to in just a moment here, Dave will do the honors. I wanted to ask Chris really quickly about the 600,000 number. I'm just going to say that simply, and I want you to kind of explicate that.
Sure. So what's interesting to me is I was reading some posts by Professor Miller, who love to follow him on LinkedIn.
Boy, he's stirring some stuff up.
Look, I don't do any other social media, so I love the drama on LinkedIn these days. It's kind of interesting. But one point that I think was really interesting that he made, actually, I related to my personal experience. So I'm 17 years old, and I'm driving back from my job in Boston to where I went to school at the time. So I've been, driving a sedan for a whole year, basically. And it's late at night in January. It's pitch black outside. Lights come on behind me. It's a state trooper, pulls me over. I could barely speak English at that point, trying to figure out what was going on there. And he was stopping me because my taillight was out, and he wanted to make sure I got back home safely. The nicest possible thing in the world. But I kind of forgot how to speak English at that point. And Professor Miller makes the point that these kinds of communication issues might not necessarily take a driver permanently off the road. They might just need to be resolved in the moment. It might result in a temporary out of service. Dave, as you pointed out, something that hadn't really been enforced before might come up again. So is that 600,000 really people who will never drive again, or are they just off the road for a day, a week, something like that? I don't know. I think it's a really good point, something to think about.
Have I told you my story about the busted taillight when I got pulled over in New Orleans? I had a busted taillight, got pulled over. The driver and the policeman walks over, and I already knew I knew him vaguely, but I knew his partner better from my old days. And he came over and he said, "Look, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this. You got it busted." And he turned around and looked at his own car, and his front headlight was out. And he went, "Well, you know what? The hell with that. Just get home in one piece, okay? And make sure that you get this fixed tomorrow morning." He said, "I'll get this fixed tonight at the motor pool." But you have that moment of like, why am I being pulled over?
Why am I being pulled over? You start to panic. Your heart rate goes up. I mean, it's contact with law enforcement can be stressful, even if you've done nothing wrong, even if they're there to help you.
Something I never thought of that. I mean,
well,
that's
and let me tell you, they talk about how to talk to the public. They're, like I said, I mean, and the idea, I'm gonna be blunt again, man. It's like that's the problem with wearing a mask sometimes. That is a problem. You're not going to get the same communication level that you might want to get. And, people don't want to hear that from me, but I'm a big, would anybody in this room say I am not a fan of police? I
wouldn't say it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's just like, but I'm telling you, often you'll see it's why a lot of times you get a cowboy or you'll get a police officer. Mm-hmm. And you want a police officer because the police officer will be like, "Hey, I want you to take a breath. Let's talk for a second. I'm just noticing your tail light is out. There's a lot of stuff to unpack, but John Maley is joining us this morning, and Dave wants to do the intros here. So, Dave, since you have it all pulled up, take it away.
Well, John is the senior sales executive at Triple T Transport. That's why you wanted me to do it.
Triple T Transport.
Triple T Transport. And he is the host of Stay in Your Lane, which is what I should do, the Stay in Your Lane podcast. And welcome back, John. It's great to have you back. Good morning.
Well, good morning and thank you. Happy November. Happy November to all the listeners.
Well, I went as a Jedi, and Madison went as Freddy Krueger, and Andre went as
a white man in his 30s.
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers.
Oh, yeah, he showed up, by the way, John. I walked into the studio, and Dre literally was dressed as Austin Powers with the music playing. That was my.
Oh,
that was
I would
great.
have thought Dave would have taken advantage of Ben Yoda.
Funny that is not.
Nicely done.
Goodness.
Nicely done, baby.
And Chris Orban, Journey TMS is with us here in the studio this morning, John, as well. And I thought maybe you guys might. I have sort of I was looking through some of your stuff, John, and podcasting and everything, and I came up with this question for you, and I thought maybe you and Chris and Jimmy Mack might want to throw this around. Supply chain issues. They range from the macro to from the micro rather. Is my load going to get there? That's your micro, day to day, and then they range to the macro, which is stuff like what's China up to. So on your John Maley list of things on this Monday morning, what's the micro that's gnawing at you, and what's the macro that is that you're looking at?
Well, I think the micro is the safety issue, the driver's CDL scenario. Sean Duffy spoke in length of it on Thursday afternoon, and for everyone that hasn't had time to watch the what was a press conference, it's on YouTube on efforts to strengthen the CDL scenario. But it touches a lot of different points. See, he didn't have the staff and doesn't have the staff like ICE or anyone else to try and police the CDL scenario. So for the government to try and get this under control from a safety perspective, there's multiple points here. Going after the drivers at the ground level, because not all states are complying, and then and they can be in any state when they get pulled over, right? So that's one way. The next way is to go after companies that have hired drivers that aren't qualified, and also the CDL mills that have basically said these drivers have passed and they're ready to hit the road. But I think the key to this was I think the most important part of this is going to be holding shippers accountable for loading drivers they know aren't safe or that are breaking the law. So, that now all of a sudden we've got teeth from a legal perspective. Being liable is what they stated. That's the micro that might hold your load up or delay your load or change the way you look at your supply chain or what you've been doing, depending on how you operate and your model, your own business model. I think that varies from company to company, right? And then the macro is, we've got uncertainty when we have tariffs, when we have unrest, anything that doesn't allow for people to be confident. Normally, people hold back. They don't. They tighten up. Corporations do the same thing when they're not comfortable with what's going on or the direction things are headed, and it's not clear and stable. So the lack of stability from a macro perspective, I think, affects all of us also.
By the way, I wanted to.
What do you guys think?
I was going to actually.
I think you're absolutely right.
I think there's so much in there to unpack. It's an entire 3-hour show, to be honest with you. But the thing that's most on my mind these days, and I'd like to turn this over to Chris as well too, and then get back to John, is I have to tell you, I'm, as you know, exist in the education and training space. It's a kind of a passion of mine, and we are not. What John is talking about, if you listen to John in his totality, he's talking about a culture of accountability. For too long, the only people penalized were drivers. For too long. And what John is talking about is sticking it to a shipper who doesn't do the right thing, sticking it to anybody in the supply chain. They're holding every single person accountable for what we're dealing with here. It's not that we're asking less accountability from the driver. That's not what they want these days. I think John is on to something here, Chris, the idea that we've got to start penalizing people by following the money and following how they are profiting from these kind of loopholes in the system. I do think a lot of what's going on with the non-domicile drivers is more of a safety benefit than it is ultimately a rate benefit. But that being said, a safety benefit ultimately results in a rate benefit because it clears up the roads to allow you to do your job more efficiently and effectively. I think if it's an economic benefit, it's a long-term one way down the road, but I think it could have some immediate impact on safety, not just with those from overseas being here, but as importantly, unqualified drivers, whether they are local or whether they are international. We need to start flooding the zone with qualified drivers as opposed to just pieces of paper out there. That's kind of what I'm kind of seeing developing is for the first time in maybe 50 years, we have a shot at this.
So a couple of quick points I want to make there. That's fantastic.
Well, I think you said a lot there, Jimmy. But if you look at the big numbers, do you know how many people in the United States actually hold a Class A CDL?
600,000 in California. It's 600,000 in California alone. It's insane. How high is it, John?
The last I checked a couple years ago, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 million.
Yeah, that's about right.
Now 9 million, give or take.
That's no driver.
Even if that number's off 10%, it's not a huge sway. That means they're doing other jobs. There's a reason for that. Mm-hmm. In the 70s, you could actually drive a truck. Your wife could stay home and raise a family, and you could make a living, a good enough living to raise your family and support your family. That's changed. So I think the picture is driven from a safety perspective. The administration we've talked about, Americans first, American jobs, supporting the American people, safety, all of these things are all on the table. The states haven't tracked it at the level that they need to for us to audit it, for anyone to police what they've done. So they're going to go the back door to try and clean everything up and see. I don't see how the industry doesn't get stronger from a safety and a professionalism perspective.
I agree.
I just don't. I think this is wonderful.
I agree. I think from a safety and professionalism perspective, that's the first bonus, and then down the line, we may see with better qualified drivers and smarter people coming into the industry, because we have a lot of smart people already here. But with more of those people kind of coming in, it creates pressure to raise wages. I'm going to let Chris talk for a minute here. Go ahead, Chris, you were going to say.
I was just going to say that there is actually an almost immediate impact on improving safety, on retention, on driver satisfaction, on the ability to move freight. If you have, especially on a small,
I want to work there.
Yeah, you want to work there. You want to be. And by the way, the other thing you said that I thought was really important is the onus has been on the driver for a very long time to do everything, to take accountability for everything, but they also receive the least support. So why are you not spending more time and energy on training, on education, on just tools that help the driver do better in the field, safety tools, communication tools for the driver, things that they can have on their person that let them solve problems themselves, because they're the ones on the front lines. We have to be supporting the drivers better than we are right now.
John, I have a question for you from one of our people in the chat. He basically says, it's amazing how many basic truck talks escalate into something contentious just out of fear and anxiety, and I'm wondering how much of the fear of what is going on the road is making situations that would normally be resolved a whole lot worse. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I think any time that we don't have stability and comfort, people are on edge.
Yeah.
I think that when everyone's on edge, it's almost a vacuum, right? I mean, if everybody's happy with the processes that are in place, which we know we aren't, None of us are. You don't have to watch too many of these accidents and videos to say, hey, we need change.
And we let this
we need
happen.
change, and we need it now.
This whole thing should have never happened. I mean, the whole English language thing has been there since
Congratulations,
1937.
32 years, man. And Dave said since 1937.
32 years.
32 years, John. Congratulations on that, my friend.
And I'm only 34 years old.
I know. Look what it's done to you. Look what transportation has done to you, man. I have to tell you, man. Imagine what you're going to look like when you get to be my age. Good God Almighty.
I didn't need a costume for Halloween. I was scary enough.
What do you? By the way, Chris is looking at something in the chat. What do you point out?
So I think the other point I would make about that fear and anxiety comment, which I really love that comment, is the stakes are also a lot higher for a commercial vehicle operator than they are for me at 17-year-olds when I was stopped, for instance, right? Like I wasn't worried about losing my job, my livelihood, not being able to pay my bills or something like that when I was pulled over. The stakes are very high for drivers out there on the road right now and in general. So we have to be aware of that. We have to understand that their situation.
By the way, one of the great things, if you guys check out John's podcast, Stay in Your Lane, is that he, by the way, Chris, is very much aware of what the stakes are for drivers out there. And one of the things we try to do on this show is bring on voices of people who are ultimately sympathetic to the men and women who drive truck in this industry. John, what are you looking forward to this week? What you got your eye on? What's the next big thing that's happening?
Well, tomorrow, first off, I have to plug something for everyone listening. Tomorrow, we're going to release another episode of Supply Chain Squares.
Woo!
Yep, that's going to be a fun one. So for everybody on YouTube, most of my following is on LinkedIn, but YouTube's gaining traction. We do this with industry professionals from all types. It can be in transportation attorneys to supply chain leaders, people from Fortune 500 to 100 companies, and all different roles in transportation. Jimmy, you sat in on the last taping. Rebecca Brewster was in there. It's a great group. It's usually fun, but what it comes down to is it shows everyone that we're all the same in some respect.
Yeah,
we're all people. We're all together in this industry.
It's a great bringing together. Who's going to be on? Who do we know?
Oh, geez, Louis Pugh, Joe Lombardo, who ran transportation for 10 years for Nabisco and 20 years for Nestle. You've got Pat Musser, retired just past year from HP Hood. These are the bright minds in transportation that have been in it for the past 20, 30, 40 years and even longer. So we've got wisdom, we've got humor. It's a great group. But I would say, I had Dean. I'll give you a teaser for the following episode, the following week's Supply Chain Square. After Supply Chain Squares is done tomorrow, Stay in Your Lane podcast. In the next couple of weeks, we got one of your buddies, Dean Croak, on, and we talk about the long-term transportation market, pricing, projections. What are we seeing? And I'll give everybody a little hint. Reefer market has changed in the past 30 days.
Yeah, it really has.
It is not gonna stay stable. And I think at some point in time, the impact from the driver scenario is going to lend itself towards causing some difficulties for all of us. But at this moment, I would like to take a moment and say, just a few years ago, all of these drivers behind the wheel that were working, day and night, were heroes for all of us. How soon have we forgotten how badly we needed them, how much we appreciated them, and now the amount of respect that people have for the driving job. And if you know what the job is and you're walking through Minnesota in 7 inches of snow, waiting for them to call in your shower shoes, waiting for them to call your number so you can take a shower, is there really an amount of money that you can pay somebody that's enough for what the job is? If you think there is, that's a difficult thing for me to swallow because I don't know that there is. So it's a testament to the wonderful people behind the wheel, the professionals in our industry, and the people that we rely on every day.
John, you hit the nail on the head, my brother. We're going to get you back on again probably soon. And John is a regular contributor here about every 3 or 4 weeks or so. We got him locked and loaded. We really appreciate it. Stay in Your Lane podcast. You can find him on LinkedIn. He is a man who has a lot of connections and a lot of friends across the aisle and across every part of the transportation and supply chain. Thank you, John.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Scott Luton is joining us now. Scott is the founder and CEO and the host of Supply Chain Now. And kind of like that.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good
I love
morning.
that.
Welcome, Scott. It's good to have you with us on the program.
Well, great.
Jimmy Mack
great to have you.
Thank you, Scott. How you doing today?
Doing wonderful. I tell you, John had me ready to run through the brick wall behind me. I loved how he wrapped up his segment a minute ago.
Yeah, just terrific. And, it's interesting, too, because what I'm finding these days, Scott, is that there's a lot of people who in 10, 20 years ago would have been complaining about another area of the supply chain. Not John, by the way, but a lot of people who are now kind of coming around to the idea that we are very much in this together. And if we don't start treating each other with respect and treating each other in regards to remembering that their bottom line is as important as our bottom line, this whole thing is going to come unraveled. And there seems to be a real sense of that. Are you finding that as well?
Absolutely. You know, we as you're kind of implying there, and as John kind of mentioned in his last few minutes, and by the way, it's great to be with the legendary and the Hall of Famer Dave Nemo, and you too, Jimmy Mack. But you know, we made some gains during the pandemic. The global supply chain industry certainly became more visible, and folks started to better understand what supply chain meant, and tying that to their consumer luxuries and conveniences. But it does feel like we're kind of regressing a little bit. But you know what? That's where all the supply chain ambassadors, like I think the three of us and John and many others, that's part of our mission. We can't let the consumer, the global consumer, forget what's behind the modern conveniences of retail and so much more.
Yeah, and that lands. Dave, actually, I'm gonna make fun of Dave for a second. He was so enraptured by what you said. Yeah, we go back and forth on questions. He was so kind of just there, listening, enjoying himself. And I'm like, looked at him for the next question. He was like just nodding his head, which, by the way, doesn't read on radio ever. It doesn't read on radio. But we always ask the same question before we get into more details from all of our guests. What are you looking at right now? What's very much on your mind, and what do you think is going to be occurring in regards to the sector in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, a great question. So I'm going to pick up where John left off, and we'll talk about freight. I'm going to talk about Hollywood supply chain in just a second. But if we look at shipping data from our friends at U.S. Bank, that shows that the U.S. domestic freight market declined in third quarter 2025. Shipping volumes in particular are down both quarter over quarter and year over year. And as we all know, you don't need data to tell you it's a challenging market. You got housing, consumer spending down. Shipping costs are up, could be record-breaking this year. Manufacturing activity, arguably, it continues to be down. Tariffs are up. We're going to see how this China and U.S. trade truce plays out. I think early estimates, there's a lot of good news there. But regardless, even with that truce, and we'll see what gets put on paper and into practice, uncertainty still reigns supreme, it seems. So really tough to plan, even in the short term, when there are, according to many business analysts and economists out there, we have record levels of uncertainty in so many different flavors. It's like Baskin Robbins. So we're hoping as we continue to work through the months ahead, we'll see what the Supreme Court does when they weigh in to determine is all the tariffs, is it legal? Or are they going to take that right away from the White House? I don't know. But regardless, I think we could all benefit from a lot more certainty in our business planning.
And one of the things you brought up and by the way, this is not political, this is a statement of fact. One of the interesting things that people don't realize that is happening, if the House changes hands, the tariff party is over. It literally comes to a thunderclap of an end. It means that he has to then go to Congress to get approval for those things because essentially it's a de facto tax. It's the power of the purse. He has the ability to do it if, in fact, there is a national emergency, which is what they're arguing in front of the Supreme Court. But if, in fact, the House changes hands, because the Senate has already voted to get rid of him. With Republicans crossing the aisle, Rand Paul, the 2 Kentucky senators, and a number of other senators have pretty much said no. And this is going to be one of the things that's really interesting to see play out here, how much soybean farmers have an impact on the election. I mean, because so much of that China tariff stuff you're talking about is part of the uncertainty in the market. Is there any, along with the China situation, is there one thing in the supply chain in regards to uncertainty that really weighs heavy on your mind?
Well, I got to go back to the soybean. This is a big deal. A lot of folks don't know what soybeans are and all the different uses that they go into and how critical they are to the U.S. farming economy and all those farmers out there you mentioned. Well, according to the latest reporting on the trade truce, China is agreeing to purchase 12 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans by the end of the year. Now, to put that in perspective, in 2023, China imported about 22.5 million metric tons in what was a more normal year, 22.5 million metric tons of soybeans from the U.S. So they're going to make up a lot of ground by the end of the year. We're talking, 2 months. So that's good news. And they've also agreed to import 25 million metric tons annually in the next 3 years. So all of that is great for the American farmers out there. Soybeans is such a critical crop for our economy and certainly in the agricultural sector. And that's a whole bunch of good news, at least to my ears.
Yeah, I'll tell you this too really quickly. The Brazilians, by the way, are delighted anytime that the U.S. has a trade beef with China. Just love it because I don't people realize that our biggest competitors in the soybean market is the largest Portuguese-speaking nation in the world. They are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. If things don't work out, it could. No, I mean, if things don't work out, Scott, I mean, it could change the economy of Brazil. It could make them a major player in the world agricultural market. They're already up there, and this is like people don't realize. It's like those. And by the way, farmers don't vote red. They don't vote blue. They vote green. Both their fields and their pocketbooks. And
Jimmy, that's a great point. There's winners and losers in all of these moves. To one of the greater points you're making, and secondly, I want to go back because you've referenced it a couple of times now, and it's one of my favorite things. With global supply chain, it's not about politics. It's about facts and data and policies, and at the end of the day, delighting our customers. So none of this is political. As one of our wonderful talk about all the time, facts, not feelings. That's what it's about. That's what powers global supply chains.
Brother, we're going to get you on for a full half hour at some point. I didn't even get a chance. Chris Orban is here, by the way, and he wanted some stuff he wanted to talk about in regards to micro uncertainty and macro uncertainty. I don't think we've ever, Chris, had as much of both at the same time ever. Well, and go ahead and make your point to Scott.
Well, and Scott, we've all talked a long time about uncertainty, and I very much agree with you that this is a key driver both for our global economy and for our local situation. But then I think about all the work I do with the small carriers and the owner operators and things like that in my business, and they have a lot of micro uncertainty too. So we can talk all these big picture items and tariffs and who's going to dominate the soybean market and things like that, which are very, very valid questions to ask. But what about the micro uncertainty all the way down to is a protest that's happening in Chicago going to impact my ability to deliver the freight and then get me back home to see my family this weekend? That kind of stuff is scary too.
It's all interconnected, isn't it, Scott?
It sure is. And the World Economic Forum was really posing a great question last week. How do we quantify and measure something as intangible as uncertainty? And we got a lot more work to do just that. But if you look at the U.S. Federal Reserve, one last point here. I know y'all got to move on, but the U.S. Federal Reserve publishes the Beige Book, right? Mm-hmm. I think every month, and it brings in views and observations and anecdote and data from the Fed's 12 different districts. Well, in September, the Beige Book referenced, quote, historically high uncertainty. And that falls in line with, yes, there's uncertainty indexes out there around the globe that, again, tries to quantify what are we talking about? When business owner says, hey, I don't have the certainty I need to put my 3-year plan together, much less maybe even my 5-year, 10-year plan. It's tough to figure out what we're going to do by the end of the week.
I can't decide whether to go to the bathroom or not during this break. I mean, that's really what it comes. No, I'm being only half funny. I mean, so basically, I know it's come up before, but here on this show right now, anytime we check in with Scott, we're going to check in with the uncertainty index. Forget about the misery index or the economic indicators. It's uncertainty that is the big driver of the economy. Is that fair?
Let's do it. And hey, one last point. I sure hope my Atlanta Braves get some certainty in their off-season planning. It was painful to watch the Dodgers win another one with my beloved Freddie.
With Freddie, and by the way, Freddie was the. Could you believe anybody that 18th inning home run? It's like basically Rich Eisen said. He goes, when Freddie walked up in the 18th, he said, if it's going to end, it's going to end right here. If he doesn't put it out, we're going to be here until the next day. The most incredible series. All you guys got to do is keep your stars healthy, and you might hang around a little bit longer. That's all you got to do.
Hey, I like it. I like how you think, and simplicity is always underrated. We're going to hopefully keep everybody healthy, maybe grab another arm, another bat, and see what happens next year. But you know what? I really appreciate the invite here today. I admire what y'all do. You're terrific, long-time trailblazing ambassadors for our industry. And, and we've got to, there's so many people that make global supply chain happen. But to y'all's points earlier, we got to celebrate the role of the driver, the professional truck driver. They keep not just the U.S. running, but the whole world and global supply chain running, and they never get the gratitude and the appreciation they need.
By the way, last comment on baseball, Hakuna Matata is all I will tell you. You'll get the joke. Thank you, Scott, so much, man.
Have a great week.
Scott Luton. Dave, you can find him at supplychainnow.com, and we found him here on Nemo Nation. Hey, Chris, if you want to hang around, you can. If you got to go, you can go, but we love having you.
I'd love to hang out if I can.
Yes,
Great.
Please do.
We'll be right back.
Chris Orban from Journey TMS in the house. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
And good morning again, everybody. It is the Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo here with you. Chris Orban is with us here in the studio. He is the co-founder of Journey TMS. And, of course, Andre Thibodeau, Phone Master Dre, on the job here as well. And we're about to welcome an old friend. Well, he's not that old, but he is a friend. Mike Lutzenkirchen is with us, and, of course, he heads up the Lutze 43 Foundation. And I'll ask Mike to kind of give us a little background on that. But a lot of you guys know him already because, well, Mike, you're kind of almost an official regular here on the show. So good morning.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. It's great to be welcome to the show and to share with your audience.
So I've been asking everybody, how was your weekend? Of course, Halloween landing on a Friday night, which is that's the best night of the week, I think, for it. Because you still have all Saturday before you got to go to church on Sunday morning, get up early again. But did you have a lot of trick-or-treaters come by your neighborhood this year?
Yeah, we had a good showing on Friday night, and that was wonderful. And we had a complete surprise. We went out with some friends on Saturday afternoon, two other couples, and they kept the surprise intact. And we got home at about 6 o'clock from this event. My three daughters were here with their husbands and some other friends, and had a surprise 40th dinner for my wife and I, our 40th anniversary.
Whoa, congratulations. That is awesome. Do you guys, for Halloween, do you kind of do a theme? Do you do the lights outside? A lot of folks in our neighborhood now are doing Halloween lights.
Yeah, Dave, other than a few changing out some lamp posts, clear white bulbs, if you will, with some orange bulbs, and hanging some orange, I guess would be Christmas lights that are orange. We don't spruce up the house too much, but it's great to see the young kids come walking up and And I wonder who's going to say trick or treat or who's going to kind of just stare at you and not say trick or treat. So the traditions seem to be changing a little bit.
For sure, for sure. Well, I guess we want to talk about what you guys at the Lutzie 43 Foundation are up to, and it's Lutzie, Lutzie 43, Lutzie43.org to get all the information there and everything. But I got the license plate. Your Key to Drive Teen Driving Summit. Got a couple of them coming up. One this coming Friday, as a matter of fact. And I'm going to try to describe this on the radio, Mike. Think of those vanity license plates. And I didn't get this at first. I thought this was some sort of a serial number. It's the letters URKEYS, the numeral 2, and then DRV. So if you can mentally put that together, your keys to drive, Teen Summit. That's brilliant. It really is. So tell us a little bit about what happens at the summit, who comes, what are some of the takeaways? What do the kids tell you guys after one of these events?
Yeah, so first of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't credit who came up with that slogan. It was the Foundation's Friends Over Children's of Alabama, the statewide healthcare provider there in the state of Alabama, with these events primarily being funded by State Farm. But just to make sure your audience has the quick background on it, we lost our son, Philip Lutzenkirchen, who wore number 43, playing at Auburn University from 2009 to 12, was blessed to play a key role as a sophomore, win a national championship in 2010, went on to become a two-time captain, had a short run in the NFL, but unfortunately at age 23, in the summer of 2014, Philip, as a backseat passenger, lost his life in a crash that involved drunk kids, speeding, not wearing seatbelts, driving well after midnight, all some of the poor behaviors that are chosen that were made in decisions. So I was blessed in that October of 14 to be called by two of the women over at Children's Healthcare, Children's of Alabama, that said, Mike, we have created an event we call Your Keys to Drive. It's a 5-hour event that typically runs from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's delivered on a college campus or at a hotel or at high schools. The audience are teenagers, so that 9th grade through 12th grader or freshman through senior, however you say it. And I've been blessed to be the opening keynote speaker at that 5-hour event, so I always get about 45 minutes to tell Philip's story, how he lost his life, how he served others and gave to others, but the poor decisions that weekend took his life. And it's just a wonderful event. And what do the kids take away, Dave? It's pretty incredible. These are high school kids. I like to share with them. Today's message is a serious message, but it's also a message that you're now getting the freedom, and it's not a right. It's a privilege to have a vehicle, get in a vehicle, drive that vehicle. For some of you, for the first time without your parents or an adult with you. And then you're going to get past the graduated driver's law time frame, and you're going to have teenage friends in there. And I want you to have fun. I want you to laugh. I want you to smile. I want you to listen to music and sing, but I want you to be responsible for this blessing that you've been given, which is the privilege to go drive a vehicle. And one of the first things I say to the kids is, if you look at your driver's license, no matter what state you're in, you're going to look down on it. Your license is signed. You signed that driver's license. You may not recall doing it, because this is not a right to give to drive a vehicle, or you could just go drive it, but we have to have a driver's license. And what you're doing is you're signing that you're going to agree with your state that you're going to abide by the rules. You're not going to be a super speeder, that you're going to wear a seatbelt, that you're going to do something else. You're not going to be a drunk driver, distracted driver, but other things. You're going to do your best not to drive after midnight when not anything good happens after midnight, unless you're in an emergency situation, that you're going to enforce all of your friends wearing their seatbelts, that you're going to set your mirrors. You're going to have a clear head, clear hands, and clear eyes before you even start that vehicle, so that you're positioned to drive. And, the feedback we get, Dave, I'm asked all the time, Mike, how do you know there's a return on investment if a government entity like a state DOT or law enforcement or a healthcare company or a private organization says, we want to invest in these summits, Mike, and help sponsor, but how do we know there's a return on investment? And my short, simple answer is, how do you measure something that doesn't happen? If we can take a teenage driver who's already developed some poor habits, being a super speeder, this distracted driving situation that's going on, and we change that behavior, and they aren't getting in a crash or an accident, we may never know that. So, but when you see the kids, they interact with professionals in law enforcement from a state level to a county level to a city level with trauma personnel that can tell them, here's what happens when you end up in our emergency room. And all we're going to attempt to do to get you out of this emergency room through a surgery so that you can get to rehab. And those professionals can try to do the best they can to get you pre-crash mental and physical status. And for your audience, Dave, what I love, we always bring in 2 large 80,000-pound tractor trailers. We do it with relationships we have down here in the South with locally based trucking companies, or we connect with our friends up in Washington, D.C., led by Chris Spears, the American Trucking Association, who will bless us with one of their tractor trailers and 2 of their road team captains. Mm-hmm. These kids don't know what the term governor or regulator or limiter means. They don't know what the blind spots are. Many of them have not even touched a tractor trailer, let alone get up in the cab. So we want to make these kids smarter and more respectful driving around these 80,000-pound tractor trailers. So there's a direct impact for much of your listening audience.
Chris actually has a point he wants to make. Hey, Mike, it's Jimmy Mack here. It's so great to have you back as always. We got Chris Orban in studio with us, and he's got a point he wants to make really quickly.
Mike, first of all, I wanted to thank you for what you're doing. You know that people are alive today because of the work you've done without any kind of data support or anything like that you might need. You know that people are alive because of that work. It's amazing. Thank you for doing that. But 20 years ago, I came into this industry working for Dean Croak, again, another friend of the show here. And one of the things we were doing was creating predictive models to identify those drivers most likely to have a preventable accident. And we actually were challenged by some of our investors, by some of our customers, to try to prove that those accidents, that we were preventing accidents. And we came up with some interesting algorithms and ways to analyze the data. So I would just like to say, I would volunteer to help you out with any of that analysis that would be useful to you. I don't know if that's even appropriate to say, but I would love to help you with that. If that's something you're interested in, I'll volunteer my time to help. It's so important. I would love to help you with that.
Yeah, Christo, thank you for the kind words, first of all, but absolutely, if the guys connect you with me after this call, I would love to sit down and talk to you about how we do that. I know in my heart, that this is working. We've had kids that have come back to us and says, Mr. Lutz, the 43 key second, the key that you've told us to put in the car on a lanyard around the rearview mirror, which is that in-vehicle constant image that triggers a better decision to not pick up the phone, to not answer a text, to not try to text while you're driving, to slow down, to give respect and where you can, do the best to pass an 80,000-pound tractor trailer on the left versus the right, to not hang out in the no zones, no-see zones and all that. We know it's working. And kids, what we try to tell the kids, one of the most impactful questions when you ask, whether it's 250 kids in the audience or 2,500 in all-school assembly, raise your hand if in the last week you've been a distracted driver. And they try to put their hands up by their ear, and I said, no, not short arms it. Don't alligator arm this thing. Put them high so I can see it. And then the follow-up question is, raise your hand if your mom and dad typically are a distracted driver. And, man, the hands fly up. You can see them loud and clear. This is resonating. And, again, Philip's life, I've never held back at saying, here are the mistakes that were made that weekend. Now, Philip was in the back seat, but, again, he was drunk. The driver was drunk. They weren't wearing seatbelts. They were ejected. They were killed. This is God's plan to share my son's story with others so that they don't go through the same situation. So, Chris, we'd love to get the data assistance from you.
We gave him your contact information, both phone and email. I wanted to say something else, too, really quickly, and then we have a little bit of time, and then Dave wants to make a point as well. I've always said that the best way to think about anything is to actually define a word that we don't really think about that much anymore. Designated driver. And I always tell people to think about what that word designated means. It means that a group of people have decided that you are the most trustworthy with their lives. It means that you are being designated to be the steward of the lives of other people. And what a lot of designated drivers don't do, even the ones that stay sober, is, hey guys, before we go anywhere, I know we're having a good time. I'm in charge tonight in this wheel. Buckle up, everybody, please. I'm not going to move this car until everybody's buckled up. Hey, listen, guys, I know we're having a good time. Do me a favor. When you roll down the window, sure, you can call out to pretty people on the street. Don't lean out of the window. Please don't do that. anything foolish you might want to do, stay in your seat. Don't lean into a passenger seat that you're not supposed to be in. Everybody needs to understand that when you've been designated, you have been picked as the steward of other people's lives and of other people's children. And I think that in many ways is a great reminder of where this has to head. Somebody has made a choice to be the defender of lives and the preventer of tragedy. As Chris was saying, to be a person who makes sure that something isn't a statistic, and that might be something to remember,
No, Jimmy Mack, you basically just listen to the way you said that. It's kind of like a badge of honor, isn't it? And unfortunately, I think in society, it means you're not going to party, you're not going to partake, you're not going to do the same thing, right? The college kids that are say, I'm going to have only one or two drinks, so I'll be the designated driver, and then they get a hard time from their friends, and all of a sudden they put themselves in a position not to be that designated driver. So your point is so well taken that I'm going to be in Auburn for an event on Thursday. I'm just so proud of that in the School of Communication and Journalism, where Philip was a major, they've created the Philip Lutzenkirchen Excellence in Public Speaking Awards.
Congratulations.
Philip.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
well,
and we're proud of that. For your audience, we're proud that we've given out over $560,000 worth of scholarship money since we started this. But what really drives me, guys, is when you get up in the morning and you get these reports of again, another lost life and so forth. So what we're really on right now, which I'm proud of, is when you look at roadway safety, to try to simplify it. And again, I'm not a civil engineer. I don't work for Cambridge Telematics or any other organization in this roadway safety group. I'm here because of God's plan. I don't know why Philip was left this earth at age 23, but boy, he created a platform. And when we identified back in 2018, why don't we have a singular image in this country? No matter where you're from, if you saw that image, it triggered you to say, yep, I have to make better decisions when I'm driving. So that's what we did with Philip's number. We created the 43 key. The backup to it is the checklist that's called 43 key seconds. And no matter who you are and what you're driving, what your experience is, where you're driving, or the time of day, you ask yourself to have a clear head, clear hands, clear eyes. And there's details behind that. And ultimately, we go to the fourth step, which is the 20-year campaign of Click It or Ticket by saying click it. And our belief is we get more and more people doing that, we're going to reduce the number of crashes. And roadway simplicity to us there's three pillars to it. There's infrastructure of the road, there's vehicles using that road, and there's the people driving those vehicles. And we're so blessed down here in the Deep South to have relationships with the Georgia Department of Transportation, Alabama DOT. We've got Doug Smith, who joined our team up in Chattanooga, so we got some big things going on in Tennessee. Those are the infrastructure experts in those respective states. Where do you put in a roundabout? Where do you put in a rumble strip? Or where do you reduce speed because we've lost too many lives? We partner with them. We partner with the trucking companies, the vehicles. We're working on some things to work with technology companies that are improving these vehicles and the safety feature. But our sweet spot is we're the people, we're the behavior. And think about all the money that is spent on roadway infrastructure changes, on vehicle technology. What if we reverse these pillars and you read them left to right instead of infrastructure, infrastructure, vehicles, and people, and you read it people, roadways, infrastructure, and vehicles, and we changed people's behavior to respect the roads more, to respect other drivers, boy, you'll see a reduction in what we have to spend on improving roadway safety. We've invested in roadway surfaces and improving bridges that need to be repaired, but our sweet spot through Philip's life in 43 key seconds is really trying to impact the behavior of our driving community.
By the way, and Dave, I'm going to toss it to Dave, the impact of this, and we'll talk about this at the end of the show, Dave, on what this could mean for the trucking industry, the unintended positive consequence of the trucking industry is immense. But you had something you wanted to add.
It is immense. And Mike, I'm going to read something from our YouTube chat here. Wow, Lutzy 43, what a great foundation. I've had the pleasure of working with him. If you see this, tell him Tim Taylor says hello and looks forward to working with him. And that's from Tim Taylor from the Truckers Voices podcast.
How about that, Dave? That is Tim Taylor, a FedEx freight driver, America's Road Team captain. Boy, every chance we get to work with Don Logan, who helps get these drivers from FedEx lined up, We love to have Tim. Tim is actually going to join us on December 12th over in Ashford, Alabama, where we're bringing in 400 9th and 10th graders from 2 different high schools. He'll be one of the tractor trailers. We've got another great trucking partner over in Alabama called Greenbush Logistics, which is the transportation division of Yellowwood, Great Southern Wood Preserve. So that team there is going to bring in that second tractor trailer. And what a great thing to get these kids educated on it. But here's what's really cool. They do such a good job, these drivers, of saying, you need to look at our industry. I sleep in my own bed every night by my choice, or I can travel over the road if I choose. But, you know, we are delivering 78% of the products in this country. We're such a vital element to what we do on a day-to-day basis in the United States. Come look at our industry. Maybe 4-year college, 2-year college isn't where you want to go, but maybe get in our industry and having the freedom to be on the road and continue to build that image in the trucking industry. It's just a great opportunity for them to teach safety, but also kind of recruit young kids to look at this driving industry.
Mike, Tim Taylor sent another message down here, and we have time to do this right now. Ask him about the simulated trauma segment that they do and what kind of impact it has on the students.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, Tim has been able to see that, but typically, so these going back to the Your Keys to Drive, and we use that platform to build our, what we call simply a safe driving summit. And our summit, the next one we're going to deliver is Friday, November 21st at Calhoun High School up in Northeast Georgia, in Calhoun, Georgia. To give your audience the perspective of that, beginning at 9 o'clock, they'll have all 1,000-plus students, 9th through 12th, in their gym for an all-student 75-minute keynote address. I will deliver our story that we called Philip's Legacy. What legacy are you leaving? We will wrap up that keynote time where Eric Burns, a sergeant first class in the Georgia Department of Commercial Vehicle, CVE, he's going to go up and read a script of an actual crash that occurred with a teenager. And as he's doing that, we've recruited first responders from state police, county sheriffs, city police, school resource officer, EMS, fire, a wrecker service, a life support helicopter service team. And then the last one that goes up there is the coroner or chief medical officer and medical examiner. And at the end of reading the script, we will project what that crash site looked like. And boy, do you get the kids' attention. And I do not believe in scared straight. I believe in letting the experts get in front of these kids. Each one of the first responder organizations will take 3 minutes to explain to these kids, here's what we do individually as an organization and collaboratively with the other first responders at a crash of this nature, with everything designed to get you to that emergency room to save your life. And the last presenter will be that coroner or medical examiner, and this is where it does get real. They say, if I'm called to this, there's been a death. And then that triggers the process. I've got to go with law enforcement and knock on your parent's door. But these kids, then 400 kids will rotate through the 4 30-minute breakouts. One of them is called To the ER and Beyond. And we reenact a teen coming into an emergency room, and we will have anywhere from 6 to 10 trauma center personnel led by a surgeon. You'll have anesthesiologists, you'll have airway experts, multiple nurses, somebody managing the blood, and they're going to take these kids and take them. Here's what's going to happen in this emergency room, which, by the way, your parents aren't with you, your friends aren't with you, you're all on your own. You're somewhere between 14 and 18 in high school. Think about how scary the situation is, and they're going to show medical instruments used and what they're going to use on your body in an attempt to get you out of that emergency room into the surgeries. And then the kids are going to go experience from rehab, what are we going to do to try to get you pre-crash mental and physical status back to where you were. But there's 3 sides of the emergency room step and repeats that show what that emergency room looks like before the student comes in. And then when they wheel the student out, part of this 30-minute breakout to go to the rehab, they flip the step and repeats around, and it shows what that emergency room looks like now after the 20-minute euphoria and trying to get you through there to get you to the emergencies. It's so impactful for these kids. That's just one of the 4 breakouts that we deliver. So we're very proud of these summits. We're proud that we've delivered 30 to date in the state of Georgia with over 80 high schools attending and 20,000 students. We're delivering our second one in Alabama. And again, our Doug Smith on our team, he's got that challenge right now to get this lit up in the state of Tennessee. And on the 17th, up in Chattanooga, we're hosting an event that'll be about 3 hours, and we're going to bring in potential partners out of healthcare, law enforcement, trucking associations, DOT, high school leaders to say, here's what these summits look like, here's what the foundation is doing, and here's how everything from Sharon Phillips' story to the creation of the key as the image to the checklist that support the keys to these summits that really impact the teenage audience. This is what this is all about, in reducing the 40,000 deaths that we're seeing on our roadways every year.
Mike, I have to tell you, and we haven't talked about this on the air, there's a personal stake I have in all of this. My brother, who is still with us, I gave him a hug this Halloween, and he said, what was that for? I said, the fact of he was actually thrown from a car, not buckled in, thrown from a car, and broke his C2 vertebrae. And you know that one more inch, the doctors basically said 1 more inch of pressure, and either you're gone or you're breathing through a straw for the rest of your life. And it took him forever to recover from that. And what I am most excited about in regards to what you guys are developing, from my perspective, from the men and women that Dave and I and Chris speak for often, is the fact that if this model continues to grow and continues to work, it is intentionally creating the safer work environment for them. And I'm wondering, in many ways, can the model be replicated? Can, in fact, as you guys are doing, because so many of the road team captains, like Tim, who's been commenting, become a part of this superstructure? And if, in fact, you have organizations who actually understand your methodology, are they, in fact, then spreading out and creating the same kind of messaging and the same kind of lingoing from their perspective? Because there are so many points of perspective on the roadways, especially at night. There's a great, vast economy of the American night that goes on that a lot of these kids, when they get in cars, don't realize, nighttime driving just ain't about folks going home. It's about a lot of folks, from first responders, patrolling neighborhoods, to truck drivers delivering goods and services, to people just making deliveries from DoorDash and all that stuff. There is a whole economy of the American night that is going to be impacted the further the imprint that Let's 43 begins to make. And so I'm really excited, not just for where you guys are, but for the possibilities and potentials for growth here. Brother, you're welcome back anytime. We love having you.
Well, again, Jimmy, the kind words. And again, we're proud of, we're not the only ones doing this. There's so many fantastic organizations out there that are trying to leverage a tragedy in their life of losing somebody. We're very proud of what we're doing. But just to close with you guys a little bit, every audience I speak to, if I say to them, you're going to learn so many good things, whether it's from my talk or if we're at a high school doing a summit, but you've got to wear a seatbelt. You just simply have to wear a seatbelt. I'm confident that, guys, you wouldn't even know who I am, most likely because Philip would have survived the crash in that back seat if he had a seatbelt on, if you go by data and statistics. So that's one message. But let me close, I guess, with this. In a matter of a 6-day period, I was just north of you guys out of Nashville presenting at the Tennessee Association of Trauma Surgeons conference. And it dawned on me to sit there and listen to the prior speaker before I got up there, to say all these experts in here, they're so well educated, they got such a great cause in what they do, but they live in a reactive world. They're in that emergency room hoping that a teen's not coming in or an older adult's not following, but they're in a reactive mode. And I was so rewarded afterwards when Dr. Patel from Vanderbilt Medical came to me and said, Mike, you've ignited a fire in me that I've got to find a way to use my medical upbringing, my experiences in the trauma room to go out and be proactive. And so now we've got Vanderbilt Medical Center, we've got Dr. Bell at Erlanger Health in Nashville or in Chattanooga, working with us that they'll play the role of that emergency room to the ER and beyond as we move these summits into Tennessee. We've got a relationship with the Tennessee Trucking Association and independent trucking companies up in Tennessee. The law enforcement wants to get in front of these kids. But you think about it, the state troopers to the city, to the sheriffs, county sheriffs, to the city police, they don't really have a business development exec on their team that can go knock on these doors to put them in front of teenagers or in front of corporate America. We provide that vehicle to do that. So everything is just modeling up. And again, I can't go deliver every talk, but here's what I'm excited about. We will find the Mike Lutzenkirchen who has the passion to share the story of their loss of life, and they'll tell their story at these summits. And they'll transition into Here's why they're part of Let's See 43, and here's a little background on Philip. But here's what's been created out of this story. It's 43 key seconds. It's the checklist of clear head, clear hands, clear eyes, and click it. And now, hey, we're going to take 400 of these students, the 15-year-olds chomping at the bit to get their permit, those that have that permit, those 16-year-old new drivers, and we're going to take them through these real-world scenarios around these tractor trailers. Let them listen to all the level of law enforcement and what they're seeing on the road of teenage drivers, and let them go through that emergency room reenactment and then the healthcare, the rehab reenactment. But here's what's really cool to me. I sit and say, you're going to get this lanyard with the key and the checklist card attached to it. And we adults, we need to be coached up at times. Take these home and have the conversation with your mom and dad, especially those of you kids that raised your hand when you said, yep, mom or dad is always distracted when they're driving. Go have that conversation, what this is all about. Do it in a respectful manner. But this is saving lives. And again, we'll never know the count or the full impact, but because organizations are wanting to invest in what we're doing, it's proving that the impact is working.
By the way, it's better to not know the count than to actually have a real long, unending, heartbreaking list. And Mike has joined us this morning. We love having you on, my friend. We got to take a break here, but you're welcome back anytime. Please tell that great American Doug Smith we said hello and have the best of days, okay?
We'll do it. And to my friend Tim Taylor, listen in there. Thank you very much, brother. Love you and look forward to seeing you on the 12th of December. And to your audience, be safe and wear your seatbelts.
Man, always good to have Lutzy 43 on, isn't it, Dave?
It is indeed. Mike Lutzenkirchen, he is unbelievable. Lutzia, Lutzy 43, Lutzy43.org.
Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997. Find that provider.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Before we get to our next guest, I just want to kind of start a little bit of a conversation here. You guys got what I was getting at, didn't you, when we were talking with Mike about the idea of the impact this model could have on truck driving? Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I hope this show does, we always tend to ask questions. We always end up coming back to the drivers themselves. That's who we serve. You have to know who your listeners are, and you have to know who your constituency is. We love all kinds of voices, but if you notice that even when we have our authors on, so many of them will make mention of their father being a truck driver, their grandfather being a truck driver. We really try to make sure it's geared towards that. And as important as the work that he's doing, of course, that affects everybody. It's important to remember that if Mike achieves what Mike is really hoping to do in this space, it is going to create a workspace that is incredibly safer for truck drivers to exist in, which is why you guys should head over to that website, see what they're up to, and see how you can get involved. Lindsay talks about this all the time, Chris. We have got to create a culture where it's not just, look, we love sitting around a diner and complaining about the industry. It's a fun thing to do. It really is. It's a great way to blow off steam. It's a great way to get your head in the game. But ultimately, we've got to start, and we tell drivers this all the time, tell us what's going on, tell us what's on your mind, tell us what your problems are out there, because Dave and myself and Lindsay and Dre and you, we exist in the supply chain because of what we do for a living, but many of these men and women don't exist outside of it.
Well, and I always think about, I don't have a job if there aren't truck drivers for me to serve,
Right.
right? Like that's what we need to be doing. And Mike reminded me of a really amazing program we did at a carrier that I worked at, which was, we did a very, very similar program where we were simulating an accident. We were talking about the impact of that accident on members of the public, on our drivers. But we did that training not with the drivers, who, by the way, experience these things on the road all the time, but with our office staff. So when a dispatcher or a fleet manager or a planner looks at an order and says, I bet I can get that order there. It's going to be tight. That driver might have to push through a little bit, but we're going to do it. We're going to get this freight. We're going to make this shipper happy here. Boy, think about the consequences of your actions there. Think about what you're asking a human being to do in an 80,000-pound vehicle, that you're going to push them and have them try to go faster, try to go harder, things like that. I think it's really interesting. We put a lot of onus on the driver to do the right thing and be safe, and certainly there's responsibility there. But there's responsibility in all of us who participate in the supply chain to serve the driver and do the right thing at the right time.
Yeah, and it's amazing. Donnie Tolk and I of Tulsa Tech were talking about this, and he says what kills him is the number of people who work in the supply chain outside of the seat of the wheel, who 20 minutes a day pick up a magazine, go to Landline, go to CDL Life, go to Transport Topics. If there are people who, by simply reading 20 minutes of content a day, would learn so much more about the industry that they exist in. But if you can't start with safety, if you can't even find 15 to 20 minutes to read about safety culture, then something is really off. Something is really, really off. And I'm just kind of stunned about it all the time. I've worked with people. There are people I've worked with over the course of my time here. Nobody here, of course, now. But it's like I'd ask them questions like, what's a reset? And they would look at me like I was literally speaking Chinese. And I am constantly staggered by that. I ain't got time for that. I don't have any space in my time. I got other stuff I got to do. I got to make a sale.
How can you understand the driver experience if you don't understand hours of service and the work rest cycle and those kinds of things? It's critical to their day.
It's everything, and I'm constantly staggered by the amount of people who make a living off of these people who don't attempt to understand what it is these people go through on a daily basis.
Listening to you guys talk about drivers today, one of the things that folks don't really go back far enough to realize is that the driver in the original truck was considered an inconvenience, really. There was no
Wait,
place.
that's changed?
Well, there's a
lot of lip service paid in the other direction.
Exactly. Well, what I'm saying is that there's nothing new that we've talked about at all this morning, this week, last month, or this year that hasn't been a thing in trucking since since it was there when I got here 55 years ago, and it was there 125 years ago when the first trucks hit the road. The same problems are there because we're the same people. But truck drivers, there was no place for them. If it was cold and there was a hood on the truck and it wasn't a blunt nose, he could sleep in the winter on the hood, was for as long as it was warm. And back in the mid 50s, Tech Talk with TMC, our longest running series here on all of our shows, over 1,000 shows, that was born out of what was called the maintenance committee of the regular Common Carrier Conference back in 1956. And they would have these meetings, and they would throw these manufacturers into the barrel and pummel them with questions about why this, why that, why not, why can't you, and on and on and on. And TMC was born, and eventually truck drivers were considered an important commodity along with the potato chips that were in the trailer. I mean, it's humanity's history all over again.
And speaking of humanities history, we have to move history along and get on to our next guest. Dave, would you care to do the honors of introducing them?
Yes, Nancy O'Liddy is back with us. Nancy heads up the NITL, and she's been doing that since 2021, but the NITL has been around since 1907, going back a few, the National Industrial Transportation League. And Nancy will tell you that they cover all of the bases on the rail, on the road, on the air, on the water, and on the air right now. And Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What a show. Came in on the tail end of safety there. And I don't know if I mentioned before that my husband drove for 35 years. So I'm quite familiar with it.
You did
he was
mention
not
it,
necessarily not necessarily over the road. He did do some over the road, but still how people treat truckers just on the road. So great job. I appreciate what that company's doing. Sounded great. And now here we are with the history of everything going in chaos, right?
Pretty much.
That's all I can say.
Wait, though, Nancy, you're getting way ahead of things here. What was your costume for Halloween?
Yeah, what's going on?
You know what? It was freezing here. So I actually didn't dress up this year, and I didn't even put my fire pit out. I made those little ones come up to the door. But I did see some amazing costumes this year. Funny. Oh my God, the kids were so funny. A lot of blow-ups this year instead of handmade costumes, but cute, funny. So yeah.
A lot of K-pop.
So.
A lot of K-pop
Yes.
demon hunters. Oh my God! I was at my brother's house. Chris Orban is with us this morning. Chris, I was at my brother's house, and I swear to God, there were like about 20 boys there, and every single one of them was dressed like one of those K-pop demon hunters. And they basically, I guess they decided that the barbecue beef brisket was a demon because man, they got rid of it in an awful hurry. I'll tell you that right now. They just consumed it.
That's funny. That's really funny. Yeah, ours are a lot of mixed up blow up things.
Yeah, I saw that too. A lot of people wearing like what I would call, and they're wearing inflatables. And I'm like, and I looked at one of the parents and I said, you realize by putting your child in that, you now are compelled to walk with them every step of the way, or a heavy wind is going to bounce them down the street. And like, yeah, I know what I've gotten. Go ahead.
And we had really, it was very, very windy. I felt for them actually. But I guess maybe they got tired faster. I don't know.
Maybe that's it. It's a wear out strategy. If I could just wear my kid out, it's kind of like running them around in the backyard. It's like, I said, Halloween's over. You've made a choice. Let's get back home and get back home to watching like slasher films that you don't get to enjoy with me. Go to bed. And then you take your candy tax and move on with things. We were talking about that this morning too. I mean, it's always important to make sure that you get your candy tax in. As Dave says, 1 for you, 2 for me, 1 for you, 3 for me. That works out really well. What isn't working out well right now, watch this terrible segue, Dave. What's not working out right well is we still haven't resolved this gosh darn government shutdown, have we?
No, we have not. And you did a great job of explaining it, Lee. I will correct you. The only mode we don't cover is air.
Sorry.
No, there was a time, but I am so thankful that we don't because we have enough with rail, highway.
You think?
And ocean. So, I mean, they're all being hit at the same time at the moment. So I think we're fine not having air.
I want to ask you something though. You just sparked a question for me. This may sound like Dave's silly question of the day, but
Dave's silly question of the day, number one.
It's not meaning to be. Drones. Drones are going to be part and parcel, certainly, of home delivery. They already are, with the workhorse and the horsefly, although I haven't heard about them in a while. But in other words, do you think that you guys might take drones under the umbrella at some point? Not aircraft, but drones.
The FAA runs that racket, dude.
Yeah.
Well, what we move, because we're industrial shippers,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that a drone could follow it, maybe, but I don't think a drone could carry it.
Got it. Okay.
Because we carry, so our members are mostly packaging, paper, grain, chemicals, gas, oil. We do have a few new ones. We have timber, and we do also have Nestle Purina. So we're branching out quite a bit, actually. We do have a few members that are more intermodal or move LTL freight, very large ones that I'm sure you've heard of. They may be using drones. I'm sure they're practicing, actually. Because we have UPS, FedEx, and our favorite, Amazon. So I'm sure that they are trying. I know Amazon is. But for the most part, my industrial shippers are not using, or I have not talked about using, but it is something we probably will have to get into.
Did you see, by the way, where Amazon is looking? We're going to use drones in particular, like when they go to places like Appalachia, and when you have like these really long, kind of twisted and tortuous country roads, it's like, you know what, dude? I'm stopping right here and launching a drone with toilet paper on it and dropping it off at people's.
But I think it's smart.
I do too.
Disaster relief
especially
too.
when we're talking about safety.
Yeah.
So some of those roads, even when we travel the Rocky Mountains, I was like, oh my God, please get me off the Rocky Mountains. Yes, I think it's smart gas-wise, it's smart safety-wise, because it really takes a lot to pull it up the hill. So yeah, I can see some of my more intermodal members going for it.
By the way, Nancy, welcome to what we call the weeds here on Nemo Nation, where we actually start off in one place and end up completely different. Chris Orban is with us this morning. He's got a question for you as well and a point he wants to make.
So it's actually around drones. It's around drones and safety, which is I'd be very interested in your thoughts.
I'm having a really hard time hearing you guys.
Okay. All right, we're gonna pick this up. By the way, can you hear us now? How about now? How am I doing?
I can hear you, but I couldn't hear whoever just jumped in.
That was Chris Orban from Journey TMS, Nancy. Yeah, he's here with us in the studio.
Apologies, Nancy. I was just asking a question around perhaps your industrial clients or people you're working with there using drones in a safety or other than delivery mode, right? So, one of the things that we did at one of my prior employers was FedEx was using drones to inspect their airplanes, which I thought was a very interesting application for semi-autonomous technology and things like that. So I'd love to know if you're hearing anything about that.
That's where I think they could be really, really smart. And, we have a lot of trouble finding our freight on ocean carriers and where they shifted it to like a little island versus trans vessels. I can see that being a good feature as well when we're trying to really locate what happened to the freight. And the same thing with rail. Rail is not like a FedEx delivery where you can track it by the minute. We're working on it. There's a lot of people working on it, but I can see drones just following that as well.
That's great insight.
I think they're going to find lots of ways. Maybe it'll stop some of the crime.
That's a good point too, because that's a security camera that moves. By the way, and by the way, given what we know about the technology, where I can point a camera at myself on a tripod and it can track me, that's got all kinds of security implications as well. That's a good point, Nancy.
Yeah, I think we need to. It should be something we're investing in because crime just seems to be getting worse by the minute.
Okay.
We just had a Nittany. Go ahead. Did we sideways too far there?
No, you did fine. I'm the. By the way, it was Dancing Dave that took us into the weeds because he had a drone on his mind and it actually led us into a rail yard for security measures. No, we were actually at the government shutdown, by the way, and maybe we could use some drones to spy on members of Congress. By the way, we had our own government shutdown. Maybe we could actually use drones to spy on members of Congress and see what they're really up to right now while the government is shut down. But how are you guys holding up under this nonsense?
Actually, it's quite annoying, to be honest, for everyone. And the numbers are staggering. The cost to the U.S. citizens that the shutdown keeps going. We shut down October 1, and every 3 weeks it's costing us $3 to $6 billion. So by the end of this, we should be in really, really great shape. And what's really frightening to me, because I have many friends who work in the government, mostly because of where I live. I'm right in Maryland. They are not guaranteeing them back pay. I really feel for these families, and some of them have both parents as government employees. It's just some people are starting to lose it, if you know what I'm saying. Like, and Nittany does not take a position, whether politically, Republican or Democrat. And I think most of Americans would agree that we don't really care anymore about that. What we care about is taking care of our people. So which we cannot do if they're not there in Washington, D.C. So we just did a fly-in at the beginning of October, like it was the 6th to the 9th for our policy forum. And although the government was shut down, we were able to do a tour of the Capitol because there was an ex-congressman who took us through. And some of our members did meet with members, obviously mostly the Democratic side, but it was eerie to Washington. It was so quiet. I'm like, I just want you all to know it is not like this. It's usually insane. So I really hope from what I've read this weekend, I don't see anytime soon any negotiations happening, which is just a shame.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. It's a game of chicken that is being played with the American consumer, the American laborer, and the American people writ large in the middle of it.
And the thing that's more frustrating, I think, and I actually worked in Capitol Hill in the day, you don't have control of it as an employee. So while your heart wants to do your job, and some people are going in, just for the record, like for surface transportation, the commissioners are there, but they don't have staff. For STB, the chair is there, but no one else is there. So any of the things that are pending, nothing's happening really because one man can't do it by himself. And this leads it. Hey, now this is a good lead in, you guys, which takes us back to the UP NS merger. If they are saying that by December 1, they will have their over 4,000 page agreement to STB. Well, if there's no one there to read it, and I think and we are working closely with many shipping organizations to make sure that all of us ask for more time. 4,000 pages is a lot to digest and to make comment on. So we're really praying that, and working with much larger associations to make sure that Congress understands that we cannot review and edit and comment on something that large in the time frame that UP would like. So that's kind of where we are on the merger. Our members have talked to, staff talked to UP, but UP is reaching out to most of our members individually. And we had BNSF on our rail call last week, who I'm sure you know is totally against the merger. And I think when we think about the merger, Knit League is on record for no more mergers. We've been there for a long time because we're down to very little as it is. And the big question for everyone here is, why is this necessary? Why is this merger necessary at this time? And really, will it enhance competition? We have a lot of members who are not commodity approved, such as paper, steel, and we've been fighting for years to drop the old rule of commodities that were not exempt, and still working on that issue. So there is never a dull moment, I'll say. Even though they're gone, we're still pushing.
Good God.
And hoping and praying that they'll come back.
By the way, we've been making the joke that some people said, there were people I knew I grew up with in the 90s. Nancy O'Leary joins us this morning, by the way, of NITL. But what's interesting about it is I knew people that grew up said, man, I grew up in boring times. I can't believe it. I wish I'd grown up in the late 60s or, during World War II. And I just look at them, I'm like going, how you feeling now? How's it going now for
really?
you? How's it? You like this? This is a blast and a half, isn't it? May you live in interesting times is not always interesting. Is not always a good thing as well too. I mean, you're talking to a free trade and trust busting guy over here. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that's got me very, very deeply concerned. I do want to, in the time that we have left here as well, to kind of address the issue of tariffs. It's been on a lot of people's minds. There are a lot of people on both sides of this issue who have, pretty clear and strong voices, but want to kind of talk to you about the cost of it on U.S. businesses, because the word of the day, whether it's been Chris or Dave, myself, or any of our guests, has been, and a word I know you love, uncertainty, has been the biggest issue facing so many organizations. Is that kind of the key? Is that the certainness of it is the uncertainty?
100%. And I will tell you that it is costing my members and U.S. shippers are really the ones paying these tariffs. We have not gotten to the point where tariffs are coming from other countries. And I think people need to understand that. Costco printed the other day that they've already paid $40 billion in tariffs. So I'm like, when do we understand that this is costing U.S. people, not the other way around? And the uncertainty, and again, now we just changed rules again with China, which is a great thing. The reciprocal, great. But when you're trying to do contracts, when you're on ocean ship, you're not doing that in a minute, and it's not moving in a minute. It can be 7 weeks. It can be 12 weeks. The uncertainty just makes that even more difficult. And the ports are also starting to add some more port fees, just what we need when we're already paying out the wazoo.
And contracts are binding, by the way. We don't understand that either, is the fact that, the New Deal might be a great deal for everybody, but the last 3 deals that were signed, and that's the end of that.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing, too. Nobody gets that. And I always say, because you brought up a good point about the 7 weeks and all, let's go down to the micro, as we've been talking about this morning. Have anybody, and many of our listeners can, I know you have, anybody ever seen a freighter turn around? The literal act of what turning around a freighter, only an aircraft carrier is more painful to watch in regards to, is it ever going to make this turn? It takes a long time to turn this stuff around, doesn't it?
Oh my God, yes. And because we're working in a time as well where Congress is not really being used to do their job. A lot of the executive orders were done, very quickly, and for example, for Customs and Border Patrol to write out the guidelines is painful because they don't understand what they mean. And we've been trying really hard to communicate with the different agencies on these issues. And one is transvessel. So when does the clock start for a transvessel move? And it is very unclear. So some shippers are charging our shippers more, but because they're charging it at a different start time. And again, like I told you, as far as we're concerned, it starts from the day that it goes on the ship. And it has always been that way, but that is not the new interpretation. So when you're talking about a shutdown, we can't talk to anyone about anything. And freight is still moving. Well, let me say it's trying to move. One of my members is a coffee distributor, but he only is part of the coffee. And as you know, most of that's out of Brazil. And we've had a lot of on and offs with Brazil, which has caused extreme inflation on coffee. I don't know if you saw that Starbucks was shutting down, I forget how many of their stores. There's a lot of consequences. And the same for the trucking industry. And my heart goes out to them because, as you know, I worked for truckload carriers for 8 years and I care very much about truck drivers. So the fact that we're just doing things at whims is not working for the U.S.
By the way, Nancy,
and we are not against we're not against the president, and we understand that tariffs could bring money, but basically they really are a tax. Then we had the USTR 301 rule, which was another hit in the bucket. And I think you've heard too. So people there are just some things that we cannot make in the U.S. We do not have the means or the supplies, honestly. And we got to remember, Brazil really is the only place that can grow coffee beans. It's just their thing. Every country has a thing. So I think we're going to have a bit of a difficult recovery if we ever get there.
And by the way, Brazil can also make soybeans, and that's a whole other conversation for a whole other day, which, by the way, is the maximum amount of leverage that China is able to bring to be able to say, you know what, we'll get our soybeans elsewhere. And that kind of brought everybody back to the table. We got to let you go. I hate to do this. We could keep you here all morning. Nancy O'Liddy has joined us. We started off with Halloween, and then we got to some really spooky stuff after that. It's good to have you, though. It's really great to have you. Please promise that you'll come back soon.
Sure will, guys, and thank you so much. Have a good week.
Thank you, Nancy.
What does Nancy O'Litty do?
She is the executive director of NITL.
Where can we find them?
NITL.
Where can we find NITL?
Well, the National Industrial Transportation League is found at nitl.org.
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 It sounds like a place. It sounds like a goblin hideout, doesn't it?
Yes.
You can find them down in NITL.org if you survive the trip.
NITL.org. The road to
Everybody
NITL.org.
perked up. Chris, Dave, everybody. Nerdorama around here. Nemo Nation continues on the other side. We've got Evelyn Carr going to be in studio at 10:30. Until then, we're going to shoot the breeze with Chris.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Wreaths Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
We've reached the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
That I can, because we are live from the Fast Sports Studios yet again on this lovely Monday. Take it away, Jimmy.
Chris Orban joins us this morning. He's becoming a kind of a regular habit around here, hoping that he stops into the studio as much as possible. Chris has a lot to unpack over the course of the last couple of hours, so we thought we'd turn it over to you for a moment to get some of your thoughts as well, and then kind of engage in a conversation. Don't forget, you can always engage in the chat over on the Tube of You or the Book of Face or any other place where you're able to access us, and you can also give us a call at 615-292-6366. Chris, take it away.
One of my favorite things we've talked about today is the micro uncertainty versus macro uncertainty. And I thought Nancy did just a phenomenal job of describing a lot of the macro uncertainty that she's seeing, the really, really big picture and the government shutdown and things like that. But I get to work with a bunch of small carriers and owner operators. And one thing that I'm seeing is how they're starting to deal with some of the micro uncertainty. And so I'll just tell one quick story here where I was talking to an owner operator and he works in the specialized space. And he said, I just don't necessarily know what I'm going to get from some of these pilot car companies that I work with. I said, well, I know that's tricky. I've talked to a lot of other carriers about this. And he says, no, wait. My solution was I started my own pilot car company. And I said, wow, that's amazing. That's kind of the traditional, American way to solve a problem. You take accountability, you go after it, and you figure it out. And he said, well, I just didn't know what I was going to get in these times with some of the people I was working with. And so I needed to hire people who would work for me. And now, again, he's a very specialized industry. He has very, very high value freight. And, there was some level of being able to do that and feeling a little privileged to be able to do that, I think. But also, that was pretty amazing to me, as he's looking at this situation. And I think this is what I am seeing start to change over the last 3 to 6 months versus maybe, 9 months ago, where people are saying, look, we need to kind of take the reins on some of this uncertainty. We need to start taking action to minimize our risk and maybe do some things that are a little bit outside the box in terms of solving some of these problems we're presented with.
It's an interesting dilemma, too, because the uncertainty is another word. There's another unword we haven't been using. The uncertainty is the result of unpredictability. I mean, the idea that when a hurricane approaches your coastline, so much the cone of uncertainty has become a very, very famous thing. The uncertainty is because at the end of the day, the models can tell you only so much. At some point, the hurricane's going to do what it's going to do, no matter how many models predict it. And in so much of what's going on here, it's not a matter of, what is it? Awful news is okay if we know it's awful, we know it's coming awful, then certain indemnifying acts can be taken to protect our investments or to protect what we've built up. What is awful is okay. I will use an example at a micro level. Let's say that you depend upon sales and sponsorships for your show like we do. If, in fact, we don't know for sure if the people that we're told are going to be onboarded, then we can't make plans. If it's a matter of, well, I thought they were going to sign this week, well, it's going to get kicked back to next week. Well, it's going to be at the end of the month. If that continues to become a pattern, there's no way you can make predictions. And you're left in what is called a holding pattern. So much of the unpredictability is about, so much of the uncertainty is the unpredictability. For instance, everybody thought, well, here we go. Tariffs on China, that's life. Oh, wait, no. A deal's been worked out. Oh, wait, no. This person's angry. Oh, wait, no. Somebody ran a television commercial. Oh, wait, no. And on and on and on it goes. Make up your minds. Make a decision. Let us plan for the future.
And I think what you're calling out there is that good news can be almost as disruptive as bad news when you're not expecting it. So
Right.
are you prepared for good news? Are you ready to take advantage of a change on the positive side in the market? Well, maybe not if you've been too conservative over the last year, 2 years, whatever it is. You've got to be very careful. I mean, to your point, not knowing and not being able to predict the future events because they've never happened before is very stressful to me as a data-driven geek. So
Well, I'll tell you something else too, and it's like, and it comes down to this as well, that, Chairman Powell has been one of the most predictable people that you could possibly imagine. When he says he's going to do something, he does something. And the reason he has done nothing is because that when people say, oh, this is coming, he's like, nope, why not? We're not sure about that. That could change in 5 minutes. Turns out he's right. Turns out that he has run the Fed based on a mercurial policy towards trade. Hot today, cold tomorrow. And he finally made the announcement. I mean, it's almost like he and the president are silently negotiating, and that Powell is basically saying, give me a consistent policy. Give me something that's consistent. If, in fact, I know you're going to stabilize tariffs, I'll drop interest rates. If I don't know what's going to happen with tariffs from week to week, I can't do anything about it because I'm not going to set off around to hyperinflation.
Well, and that's a great point. You only have so many bullets in the gun to take action on some of these things. You've got to be very, very careful where you deploy those resources. So.
When Dean and I talk about this, we always talk about Paul Volcker and the famous, the famous, stagnation, stagflation.
Stagflation, yep.
What he did though was brilliant. He's like, okay, I'm just going to set off the biggest economic shock of all time. I'm going to raise interest rates. By the time he was done, they were like 21% at one point, and then once inflation had come down, he made the announcement. He said, the moment inflation comes down significantly, I promise you guys, I'm going to open the spigot up again. And in the blink of an eye, it did exactly what he wanted it to do. He dropped the bottom out of it, and then suddenly, in 1982, 83, it was morning in America. The floodgates opened because people could reinvest now. All of that stuff came into play. But right now, it's uncertain because it's unpredictable.
Yep.
You know, one of the things, Chris, you brought up about good news can be as disruptive.
Great point.
Because when you hear good news, you immediately think of, oh, am I going to lose opportunity now? So you kind of leapfrog over to your next problem, which doesn't even occur yet. You haven't even dissected the good news. And then, to Jim's point, the good news can change because somebody coughs on microphone.
Right, exactly. The good news can change, and that's exactly it. And then you get, well, I mean, for instance, let's say you get a really good, we keep using our own analogy because it's the one that Dave and I can relate to most. We have some really good news in regards to what's going to happen in November that we're very excited about. The problem is that good news is forcing us to scramble to make that good news happen. Because sometimes, you're right, Dave, it's an opportunity to really get your brand out, to really open up a new market. But that costs money to do those things.
It does, and now you've stepped off the cliff.
And if you don't have that money, then you're literally, what's the great thing? You're running out of gas with the spires of the Kremlin in sight.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what it kind of comes down to is, can I act upon good news? And what if you haven't indemnified yourself?
Well, and I think about, again, some of my experience in the industry where when good things have been happening, bad things have been happening, 2008 and things like that, where, companies might have overexpanded and then maybe they overcontracted. There's always this over response, it feels to me, to any kind of news, good or bad. I think that's just the human condition sometimes. I think sometimes we just want to do something so badly rather than just taking a pause, taking a moment and figuring out what does this really mean for me, for my company, for the country.
We had a chance this morning, and I was very pleased to talk with Danielle Spinelli, who, by the way, is an expert on all things fraud, the fraud girl. She's not going to defraud you. She actually is good at spotting fraud. Where I asked her, the question I asked for the drivers, and we try to think about who's listening to this show, who we want listening to this show. In order to get them to listen, you have to ask questions that are relevant to them. The question that I asked her was, is there a way to work anti-fraud efforts into your pre-trip? And I asked that because a pre-trip is part of a predictable flow. Can you, in fact, incorporate new and sometimes uncertain and unpredictable information? Can you incorporate it into your daily prep? Because the one thing I have learned way too late in life, God, I wish I knew this but didn't learn it. One of those things is that for all of the joy of being a fox, every fox needs to learn hedgehog tactics. And the thing about a hedgehog is I often say this, is that, the things you succeed in are the things you do every day, incrementally, painfully. That it's like, I cut a new spot. Everybody should go and buy that product. I've done a new show. Why isn't everybody listening? I'm using our analogies here, of course. But the thing is, it's like, I've done a new show. It's going to take me 3 months to get traction on this. You've cut a new spot. It takes about 6 months, guys. 6 months for a spot to really land, which is why we are often loath to sign a client to a 6-month contract, because right as you're beginning to see results, they're saying, I haven't seen anything in 6 months. Why would I renew? And it's about really being able to say, but you can't make those kind of plans if you know that in 6 months, the whole game's going to change. Somebody's going to walk over the Monopoly board and turn it upside down because they're losing.
I think it's a really great point, and I love your idea of working some of this fraud prevention, these good practices into the daily life of the driver, of the carrier. And I'd actually sent Danielle a message on LinkedIn saying that I was in the studio and I was going to call out my carrier portal, because in my world where we're working with small carriers, owner-operators with our TMS every day, one of the number one integration requests we get is we want to be integrated to my carrier portal so we can push a button and check the validity. check for these fraudsters that are out there right now, and it's a little bit scary. But that is one of the number one requests we're getting. So I need to reach out to her after this and make sure we get that going for our customers.
I forget. I know that there are some sports, because you're a data geek, that you love. Are you a football fan at all?
Oh boy, now I'm going to get in trouble. So I actually didn't watch any of the World Series. Because the Patriots are currently 7-2, and I understand I'm living in New Orleans.
There's no grief. There's no grief. Patriots are fine, by the way. There's no grief there. It's like if you're a fan, you're a fan. I mean, that's the thing. I don't like red board players. If you were a fan of the Patriots now, it meant you've been a fan for the last couple of long-suffering years. So you're welcome to your fandom.
I've been a Patriots fan for a long time.
No, and but that's the that's really what it kind of comes down to. Football is a great analogy here because. The 25 plays I talk about all the time. The first 25 plays are scripted and trying to get a sense of what's being run. But I'm actually, we're going to have a meeting today once Dave gets back from a luncheon. We're going to have a meeting, and one of the things I'm going to talk to Dre and Madison about is having a big laminated piece of plastic that is the show, where it's like, that's the list, that's the checklist, that's all the stuff you have to do. And part of the challenge, I think, of being an owner-operator, of being a truck driver, is making sure that you do all the stuff you have to do comprehensively so that you can get back to the joys. And there are joys to driving. The joys of driving, that's not the job. The job is all the piddling shysta that you have to kind of do before you get to the job.
And those 25 scripted plays, as an analogy, are fantastic. So you're sitting there as a fan, and you're like, my gosh, why are they doing another running play right up the middle? Well, they're gathering data. They're gathering information. They're getting experience. They're figuring out what's working or, very interestingly, what's not working. And maybe we never see another running play up the middle again for the rest of the game. Or maybe on 3rd and 3, when we've got the chance to get the first down to win the game, that's when they pull it back out again, because they know exactly what the blocking scheme is going to be. They know exactly how that's going to go down. And that, I think, is a great analogy for what some of the small carriers and even some of the enterprise carriers are doing now. They're kind of trying to find their way. They're trying things out. They're looking at what's working, what's not working, and then they're gathering information and trying to figure out what the next step is. And now we circle all the way back to uncertainty and say, okay, well, as they're trying to do those things, they have to account for the micro and the macro changes in the world, the changes in the economy, in economic policy. It's a challenge. It is a very, very difficult challenge, and I think it can be helped with analytics and data. And so that's why that's one of the reasons why I do this. I love the data. I love the industry, and any way we can help is just incredibly powerful to me.
I'm going to give you a good example from this show itself, and I'm going to both pick on my producer and give him the highest of praise. So when we first kind of got going, Dre's a very creative man and has some really great ideas. But he'll tell you, I'd be the first, like, not interested. And my response would be like, let's run a perfect show for 3 straight weeks, and then we can have that conversation. And I said, also, I'm waiting for imaging and sound design stuff to show up. The moment it did, and the moment we got through that kind of that world where we kind of ran the basic foundational stuff, I'll give you, for instance, we figured out that if we actually pulled all of Pastor John's, every time Pastor John comes on recording, he goes, Monday, 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 and does the same thing for every day. He has, so I asked Ray to pull those and put them into the commercial breaks to pop up and through. Well, he then gets sent old jokes that we used to run on the old platform, and he comes up with the idea. He comes to me and he says, I'd like to run the jokes after Pastor John does that, and that'll split the commercials up and give you what they call a vocal break, so we don't hear Dave back to back. Well, that's the thing. Once you build the foundation together, once you got the basic first 15 down, then you can start adding 13A and 13B or 11A or 11B. And there are a lot of people, I find, who get into the owner-operator racket, Chris, who what they do, the mistake they make is, let's say that there are 10 steps to doing this right. There are many more than that, but we're talking in simplistic terms. I know too many people that work in my field who you're in the middle of doing 3, and they're yelling at you because they want to do 8. They're yelling at you. They're like, well, why don't we do this? And it's like, I'm happy to do that once you complete 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Oh, those are pains in the ass. You want to get to 8 because 8's a blast and a half, and 8's shiny and looks like a great destination to arrive at. And a lot of people, it's like, well, why aren't we going into these new markets? It's like, dude, you haven't figured out your maintenance plan yet.
Well, one of my favorite things that I hear all the time in transportation is, everybody in transportation is the same. They're all different, right? And it's something that I really firmly believe. And I actually saw a comment about it in the YouTube chat this morning where somebody said, it's hard for me to tell you how to do something because how you do something and how you succeed is probably not how I succeeded. It might not be how I succeeded as a company driver is how I will succeed as an owner-operator. There's just a different process. But to your point, there is a framework. There are things you need to do and try as you go through this process. Follow the steps, see what's working, and then adapt from there. Then find what works well for you in this industry. I think that's really powerful.
Yeah, and to test results.
Absolutely.
It's testing. You go, they probe the line, probe the line, probe the line. I don't know if you saw the Notre Dame Boston College game. There was a 94-yard touchdown run where after Boston College turned the ball over at the 5-yard line, Notre Dame got it back, and you could see it. You could see what had happened was they had been studying that all game long, and what they didn't want to go for a 94-yard touchdown run. It was a run play designed for maximum blast to open up a big hole to get Notre Dame off the 5. Well, the moment the quarterback walked up to the line, it was stacked, and he's like, gotcha. If we get past that first defensive push, he's gone. And you could see him make the call and make the adjustment. And they've been probing that. And that's the thing is keep trying stuff that you're interested in trying and keep on collecting data till you make it work. And if at some point it doesn't, move on to the next thing is kind of the game. That's the micro, but that's being at the micro level. And too many people in this country right now are literally becoming constitutional authorities when they should be more worried about the Commerce Clause.
I think that's exactly right. And again, back to that whole micro versus macro uncertainty, micro versus macroeconomics. The trucks are going to move. They're going to get us food delivered to the grocery stores unless we really, really mess this whole thing up. But so we have to remember that. And
give us a chance.
Well, I'll tell you what though. I trust our small carriers and our drivers who work there and our owner-operators. They are our true heroes out there doing amazing stuff despite all this uncertainty, despite all the stress they're under. I truly appreciate them.
I'm going to throw this to Dave for a second because it's not been a lament, but he's saying we're having the same conversation we were having 55 years ago. Now, there are two ways you can look at that. And Dave, by the way, is simply presenting that as a fact. He's neither positive nor negative. He's simply just saying that's what it's been. That's okay because it means that we're still probing, if that makes any sense. We're still figuring out workarounds and solutions and all of that kind of stuff. I think the problem, that's why I use the term learned helplessness, not in regards to Dave, but in regards to solving these problems, is that, and I kind of throw this back at you, Dave, the idea that if we simply say, that's the way it simply is, get started. And when that happens, the English language thing, they would enforce it and send people off the road. But at some point they said, you know what, this is never going to work. And they stopped. And look what happened. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly it.
Pandora's box.
When you simply say, we can't do anything about this, so we're going to finally give up the goat here. That people don't realize that sometimes, it goes back to Mike Luncey's thing too, sometimes we don't have the data on what could happen if you don't. And when people experiment with that, that's when the problem starts. You follow me? That it's like,
we measure something that doesn't happen.
We keep on arguing about certain government programs, and we're like, these don't work. And then somebody gets elected to a state office and says, we're going to cut all those programs off. We're not going to fund rest areas anymore. They did that remember that in Kansas and Nebraska when they stopped funding rest areas, and then they found out what happened. They said, this isn't working. We're going to get rid of it. And then they got rid of it, and they had nothing to replace it. But that's the thing. Sometimes what we're engaged in is you want to have that Louis Pugh argument. You want to keep on chipping away at it because the alternative of not doing anything is even worse.
I think every generation, in terms of humanity itself, learns from the previous generations and then forgets. And then we have to relearn and reforge our own paths and all of that. But we kind of leave something behind. And one of the questions, I wrote down when I heard you were coming into the studio, Chris, I wrote down a question for you. I'm going to read it. Is it time to get back to core competencies and redefine what core competencies are in transportation? Because there used to be the shipper, the carrier, the receiver. And that was our supply chain in the wonderful world of trucking for 100 and plus years until COVID happened. And then we realized that, no, we're just one little portion of a supply chain that is never ending. It's a Gordian knot wrapped around the entire globe, soon to be wrapped around Moon and maybe where Venus or wherever the minerals are. So in other words, what I'm getting at is, do we need to farm out more and rely more on core competencies? Can a small trucking company do everything like it used to do? And I hate to say it, 50 years ago.
I think that's a phenomenal question. And I think what I would say is, has technology enabled some of these small carriers to do more than 50 years ago? And I think the answer to that would be yes.
Yes.
Is that necessarily a good thing? I don't know. Is it good if you're operating 5-10 trucks to also have a brokerage and also have maybe a small shop or something like that? I mean, that's a lot to take on as a small carrier.
When are you not small anymore?
When you're not small. Well, I would argue that you're not small as soon as you have a truck, right? Because that is not, as I said before, that's not selling, bracelets out of your garage on Etsy or something like that. You are doing very, very high value
Forrest
work.
Lucas, you go from 0 to 60. I mean, one day you're selling out of the back of your truck a lot of oil with a special formula, and then the next moment you're on the Dave Nemo show and everybody around the country's buying you, and you got to scale up in an awful hurry. That's the other thing too, is the fact that Dean talks about this all the time. You're only as good as your partners. And I think it goes back to Dave's core competency conversation, is that I think too many people try to take on too many of those jobs too, as opposed to being like, I'm going to put down a retainer on this, and this. There's a lot of people don't have the in case switch, as it were.
Well, and Dave, to your point there, what are the true core competencies in the supply chain? Like, what do we need? And COVID, as you point out, kind of opened that Pandora's box up, and there's a lot more going on out there than we ever thought of.
No, that's okay. Mike Roth called just to say hi, just to let us know. We'll be talking with Mike sooner rather than later down the road. Big shout out. Doug Smith also wrote us all to say what a great job, not only that his boss did, but that all of us did, and to thank us all for the nice shout outs. Thank you for that, Doug. Thank you for that, Mike. We'll talk to all of them sooner rather than later. They are regularly reappearing friends of this show. But let's get back to the core competency thing here really quickly. And I think the idea is, what Dave is getting at, is that sometimes things get so complicated that we had the crazy idea we just were going to pick up stuff and bring it someplace.
Well, and as you've been doing a really great job of making it kind of personal to the operation here, I'll make it personal to my operation at Journey TMS. We don't want to be everything to everybody. We want to have the right partners. We want to have the right experts connected to us in the right field. And I think that's the model that a lot of small carriers, a lot of owner-operators are also looking for. They don't necessarily want to do everything. In some cases, they're forced to do everything because there's a lack of opportunities, a lack of other resources, a lack of other partners to help them. But we really believe that if we can connect them to the right freight, to the right shipper, to the right other resources in the specialized world, to the right permit cars, to the right pilot cars, the right permitting authorities and things like that, those are things that they just don't have to worry about anymore. And so I want to leverage technology to help these smaller carriers, these folks who are doing 95% of the freight in North America. On the core competency question, I would love to have a long conversation with folks about what are the core competencies in the supply chain. What do we need to be really, really good at in order to get freight moved in North America?
Why don't we start that conversation here for the month of November? It is November the 3rd. It is the first show we are doing in the month of November. Movember as well, for health and awareness of men's health issues. Why don't we have that conversation? Why don't we have an ongoing thing? Chris, if you want to throw a question, you can just send me a text, by the way, every day, and stop in anytime you want to, and we'll just put a question out there to kind of open the show, along with all the goofballs that we always open the show up with. We have a really good time in the morning here. Chris, you and I are going to take our leave here in a minute because Dave is going to be talking to Evelyn over the next half hour, which we are very excited about. Tell us a little bit about who we got coming up, Dave.
Evelyn Carrier is going to be joining us, and you may remember Evelyn was with us on the show a couple of months ago, I guess now, 2 or 3 months ago, talking about disaster relief and something that she has worked in quite a bit over in Texas. And she founded the Wharton County Recovery Team after Hurricane Harvey there in Texas, and then worked with FEMA and other groups. And we're going to talk about cotton this morning and how cotton farmers were affected, and then the whole idea of how cotton is grown and how it winds up becoming your new shirt.
Yeah, and as you can see, that's the other thing too. We can simplify things only so much because at the end of the day, we what is it? We pick up stuff and we bring it someplace else. But it goes back to our friend Dean as well too, Chris, where it's like we're picking up stuff that we got to figure out where we can pick it up from, especially if we're our own boss, especially if we have our own authority. You know, it's one thing when the carrier is taking care of all that business for us, but when it in fact falls on our own shoulders, we got to find out where the rates are, where the action is, and that's. But the thing is, though, if you don't have the core competency mastered, it doesn't matter how many articles in The Economist you read. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter how much you tear through freight waves, how much you dig into transport topics, how much you keep up with the latest, folderol over on Landline. It don't make any difference if at the end of the day you can't run that truck properly.
Well, and as Dean would say to me right now, you got to be able to keep between the lines. So.
That's exactly. You got to, and as John would say, you got to stay in your lane.
There you go.
And that's so important. Nemo Nation continues on the other side. Dave takes it over from here. Chris, thank you so much for joining us this morning. You and I will go talk outside while Dave kind of rolls into a wonderful in-studio interview.
You want to print some money? 4,365,000 pounds of cotton are used every year to make dollar bills. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Oh, that's us.
Yep.
When you say something or when you think you know something, you always find out, hopefully, that there's something else to learn. Before we hit the bottom of the hour break, I mentioned that we were talking with Nancy O'Liddy about the tariffs and about taxes and everything, and maybe the solution is to print some more money. 4,356,000 pounds of cotton is used every year in the U.S. to print $1 bills. So Evelyn Carrier is with us here in the studio. As I mentioned, she would come in, and she sits down, and I say, you didn't hear me say that because you were on the porch, but I went through that, and she says, yeah, and you know what? They tried to stop that a few years ago, so I thought, let's just start right there, and good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to be here. I had a question, too. because you said you wanted to talk about cotton, and I was like, why cotton? Why is that? I mean, like, we know that it has so much to do with transportation.
Mhm.
I was like, what a curious topic that just because I was raised in a really rural area, I have a bit of knowledge. And then, especially working on political campaigns, there's so much policy that comes from living in rural areas and working on policy, and especially in disaster recovery, because there's been so many interesting things that have happened in cotton when it comes to disasters and farm aid. And that we have like the Farm Bill and Title I with that Farm Bill that legislates whether or not you get a tax subsidy. So we're talking about taxes, right? Tariffs, taxes, cotton.
And cotton.
And in 2018, they had pulled a subsidy for cotton because the World Trade Organization, WTO, had ended up saying that it was unethical for the United States to have the market on cotton. It was like such a huge market. And the United States dictated the cost of cotton. And they said that it was an unethical practice for the United States to set the price of cotton for the rest of the world. And so Brazil sued the United States for this because they had built infrastructure and they can do double crops and year-round farming for cotton. And
Really?
they can do year-round because the climate,
Yeah.
which is kind of odd because it does rain a lot in Brazil, but and then there's a mold factor when it comes to cotton.
Soil depletion. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they can do 2 crop rotations a year. They ended up suing the United States. They won through the World Trade Organization, and the United States said, okay, we can no longer subsidize cotton, which was the biggest cash crop in Texas before oil. Like it was like the biggest export, the biggest cash crop. And then they ended up suing for this. So they took it off of the Title I for the United States. And then they ended up saying, we're no longer going to subsidize this. But after Hurricane Harvey, which is where my background in disaster brings this into play, because I only know this because I ended up working on this legislation and kind of like helping out with this after Hurricane Harvey. A lot of the crops, the cotton crops, were already in bowls. You know, they had them bundled and they were sitting on the side of the road ready for transportation. So they were waiting for the 18-wheelers to come in and take all of this cotton to the gens, and so that they could bale them, ship them out, you know, to like Honduras and all of these other countries, China,
Yeah,
Bangladesh.
Honduras, right?
Yes.
Who would have thought Honduras was our biggest importer of American cotton?
They make a lot of clothes.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy that and you'll see that too on the tags of the clothing, is like your clothing is made. It's not just made in China. I know everyone thinks that all clothing is made in China. It's not. A lot of clothing is made in South America as well because of cheap labor. And this is why Brazil ended up suing the United States, because they had cheaper labor than the United States. The United States pays a lot of, they call them the HB2 visa program, in which farmers, if they can't find American workers, are allowed to actually bring in a bunch of workers from mostly South America on these visas they're seasonal visas. So they come here and they do mass majority of the work that Americans don't want to do because it's backbreaking work. And they end up bringing them in to do this work. And then they're like seasonal farm workers that it's cheaper labor, but not as cheap as it is in South America. Because like, you know, you still have to pay $7.25 minimum wage is like, but they end up paying about $15 an hour. There's some unethical practices in this, a lot. There's so much unethical practice in this, because what ends up happening is these farm workers come here and they say, okay, the farmers go, we're going to provide you with housing, but we're also going to take that out of your wages. And sometimes when the farmers do this, bad farmers, especially big farmers like Monsanto and a lot of they say, we're going to take these out of your wages. And then it dips the wages under $7.25, which we all know is illegal. And then they end up making anywhere from $2 an hour to $5 an hour, which is more than what they would make in their South American fields. So people, and then they, a lot of the time, don't end up suing. We have 2 regulators in most states, like the state of Texas, state of Louisiana, where all of this stuff happens. And they can't keep up with this because there's thousands and thousands and thousands of farms. So there's like a bunch of lawyers, like the Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, go around and do outreach and try to make sure that the farm workers are safe when they're doing this stuff. But it ends up being a huge issue. It's like the ethics of farming is really difficult. So anyway, they end up stopping the subsidies.
Like there are no places we could go there. Anyway.
I know, it's like it's very tough topics, but the subsidies that they had in store were taken away because of the lawsuit from the Brazilian government. And it was just really interesting. So after Hurricane Harvey, they said, okay, like the crops are ruined. There's no way that these farmers can afford to, get the cotton back to replenish their seeds. So they started this, it's called it's the Seed Act, where they actually ended up bringing the subsidies back, but for seeds. So they did bring the subsidy back, which is really great, especially for cotton farmers, since it's still one of the largest exports that we have here in the United States.
And when we think of cotton, we think about clothing and cloth and dollar bills, but we also don't think about cottonseed oil,
yes,
which is in so many foods, and
they use it for a lot of. Cottonseed oil is also used, I think, in the oil industry for the machinery. So it's like used in machinery, and also cotton used to be the thing that before polyester and all of the synthetic like rayon and things like that for tire treads.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So cotton has this like really interesting history, not only being something that's like soft for fabrics, but also it's such a durable thing mixed with rubber. And it's used on a tire. If you've ever looked at those tire treads, I know that like 18-wheelers often get their tires blown out. You go look at those treads and you can see the actual like cotton fibers woven through it. It's really interesting.
Or you can wait a long, long time to see them occur naturally, but you never want to go that far.
No, not at all.
But I have seen that.
I have seen it too. Listen, I might not be the best for maintenance on my vehicle, so I might have seen it on my own. Just like really awful. I hate letting my car get that far. It's like I'm just like the worst with maintenance. It's so hard to do. I don't want to do it. So how did you get to the topic of cotton? Like what made you want to talk about cotton?
Because your grandparents were cotton farmers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you and I were talking about cotton, and I thought we'd talk about cotton in terms of what you do and in disaster relief and what you've seen with the Wharton County Disaster Relief Team, Disaster Recovery, Wharton County Recovery Team, the WCRT.
Yeah, the WCRT. It's a mouthful. And when FEMA had approached me, they were like, we need you to start this recovery team. And I was like, what's a recovery team? And then they were like, well, here's the history on all the recovery teams. So I started looking them up, and generally like the counties, which is really funny. All of them are called like the Bernard County Recovery Team. So it's a mouthful, and it always is. And then even saying WCRT is also, that's like a radio station, right?
Exactly.
Like it's like
WCRT.
the same acronyms.
Oh, yes, all the time.
Which is really great. But yeah, there's like, cotton is, in my opinion, because I'm huge on fashion. Like I love fashion. And that all starts with like knowing where things are. You need to like know sustainable practices, which we all know is really hard because there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. And unfortunately, that's just like the system that we have to live under. But having sustainable practices is the best thing that you can do. Like currently, I work in conjunction with this woman. Her name is Margaret Shea. She's been in fashion her entire life. She's like born and raised in Louisiana, moved out to LA to be a stylist. She had her own shop for years in New Orleans on Magazine Street, like right off Magazine Street. And she was like, I'm kind of sick of like selling all of these products. Like I want to do something more sustainable, something for the actual environment. So she started a rental shop here in New Orleans, and it's like located in the Columns Hotel. And so you can actually go there and have in-person sustainable practices instead of doing stuff online, because most rental companies do all of their clothing rentals online, which, as we know, have a lot of like logistics to it. You know, you have to have the importation and exportation of those clothes. But she curates this like beautiful line of clothing for all the people in the city that can come and rent something for their one-time occasion instead of going out and buying and spending hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars on this gown for this one event that you're going to wear one time. And then what? Like, eventually it ends up in a landfill. So she's done this for about a year now. It's really great sustainable practices, which I would love to see more, is like people going and actually renting clothing or sharing clothing. So it's kind of like its own share society, which is really great. And it's like really nice to see more sustainable practices when it comes to fabrics and clothing and stuff.
I want to ask you something that just popped into my head because I'm kind of envisioning some things here. And going back to on the ground, boots on the ground, disaster relief after a major storm or something like Hurricane Harvey. When it comes and speaking of fabric and fashion and shareability and reusing and sustainability, after something like that happens, when you talk to the people who are doing the farming, who are producing the goods, let's put it that way, the cotton in this case. Is there a place for a new way of thinking? Do new ways of thinking seem to emanate from disasters like that in terms of, well, you know what, we've been doing it this way for so many years, but now I think is the time to reassess. Is there a reassessment going on?
Yes. So what's the most interesting about rural areas is that people think that, and I know this often gets overlooked, especially when it comes to talking about politics in rural areas. People have a tendency to believe that people that come from rural areas are not as intelligent as people that come from the cities.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like vastly known, right? Mm-hmm. But the thing is that people from rural areas are just not educated in the ways that people from the city are, because we're educated on farming. We have these agricultural programs, not just 4-H. I know you've probably heard of 4-H, but we have this thing called FFA, and I know you've probably heard of FFAs, or Future Farmers of America. And the thing is that it's a requirement to graduate, and you take 4 years of FFA throughout your high school career. And these programs are based on curricula that is brought from A&M. So you have like this agricultural college that has
Texas A&M University.
Texas A&M University. So
that's for all the non-Texans.
So Texas, I'm sure everyone knows the football team, but the Aggies, and what they end up doing.
Well, they do in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, of course they do in Baton Rouge. You better not talk about that.
I never said no.
But they end up doing these satellite spots, and what's really great about Texas A&M is they have brought in educational programs to rural areas to teach about farming, how to make farming better. And what they do is they build the curricula for the FFA. They work in conjunction with the schools. We have programs where children of farmers, they start at the age of 14 getting out of school early so that they can go to their parents' farms and farm. I had about 10 of my friends, my graduating class was 47, about 10 of my friends, their parents were farmers. They left school like halfway throughout the day, and then they went to go farm on their parents' farm. They all ended up getting their college educations at A&M, came back, and they all work on their parents' farms, and they're going to inherit the farm. And what A&M did was educate them on the new practices of farming. The issue is that when you go to school for this education, it's a science. It's not legislation. So when you're taught science versus political science, you're not getting the education on legislation. And there's a tendency to have a more conservative, because conservative values kind of like ring more true in rural areas, right? And that's mostly a religious thing. So when you end up voting for it in a two-party system, you kind of choose on your religion and your faith. You have a lot of time to sit in those combines and think about religion and like purpose and life. So you kind of vote on those factors, and you're not really thinking about the legislation that supports what you're doing, which is mostly Democratic, like the Democratic Party is the one that like promotes the legislation that gets put through that ends up allowing people to get subsidies for their farms. So it's unfortunate because like I think that people are kind of like pulled in two different ways. Like, what do I do? Do I vote on my religious beliefs and what I believe in, or do I learn about legislation and what would actually help my farm? And this was like really interesting because my grandparents were farmers. My father worked on a farm, and I was working on my first political campaign for state representative after we had been redistricted. So they had done a fair amount of gerrymandering in Texas. We all know that. There's like, they had cracked and packed our current representative state, and one of the women ended up running. Her name is Dora Olivo. Phenomenal woman. She had been a state representative for about 14 years, and then I ended up running her campaign. I think I was like 21 at the time, still like a kid, but I was involved in the community, so I had worked on the rural areas for this during that campaign, and ended up going and talking to farmers. And they were mostly voting against their own interests, because they wanted to take these subsidies away from the farmers and water access to the Colorado River, because the Colorado River runs right through Wharton County. And they wanted to pull access from, especially because there's a lot of rice and crawfish in Texas as well. Southern Texas, we get a lot of rain there. So they wanted to pull access of like the Lower Colorado River Authority was like, you can no longer pull water from the river to irrigate your crops. And what we were trying to do is like fight against that, fight for the farmers. But the Republican Party didn't really much care about that legislation. They kind of like concentrated a lot on education and being able to make up your own curriculum in education, which is right now mandated by the state of Texas if it's a public school. We don't have charter schools like the way we do here in New Orleans. And that's an unfortunate thing too that happened after Hurricane Katrina, is not having like a public education and each school being able to make up their own curriculum as well, because it's not really an equal education. But it's just really interesting because I had asked my father one day, I was like working on this campaign, and I came to him and I was like really nervous because I didn't know where he stood politically. I had known that my stepfather and my mother were both Republicans. They voted for both Bush administrations at the time. And I had like come to my dad and I was like, hey, can I ask you for a donation for like the campaign that I'm working on? And he was like, who's it for? And I said, Dora Olivo. He goes, what party? And I was like, she's a Democrat. And he was like, okay, yeah. And I said, that's okay? And he was like, well, yeah. Democrats do everything for farmers. He was like, why wouldn't I? I've been voting for Democrats just because of the farming subsidy since the 70s. And I was like, well, I didn't know that, we just didn't talk politics. It just wasn't something that we really spoke about in our household. But, we talked farming. And I think that they definitely, in our school, make sure that we had, especially in rural areas. And mind you, I didn't go to the best public school. Like, it was a farming community, so we did teach farming mostly. But I think like where the downfall is on a lot of this is making sure that students not only understand the science behind farming so that they can have new practices, but also the legislation that dictates how you get the money to practice those things. And I think that that's really important. And I've always said this as someone who like comes from a rural area, it's really hard to be a specialist. I think that that's something that's very specific to the big city. You are afforded a lot more time and ability to become a specialist on whatever you're doing. These are like doctors and lawyers that have these like really niche specific things that they think about constantly. But when you're from a rural area, you have to be a generalist. You have to know a little bit about everything. There's a lot of messed up stuff that they do to farmers as well. Like John Deere, you're no longer like, these are $300,000, almost $500,000 machines that you purchase from them. And as a farmer, if you touch that machinery and you try and fix that machine yourself, you can no longer get it fixed by John Deere. Like, they won't touch it. There's no warranty. They'll take it away. And, you're essentially like renting these things, or they're purchased with the, on credit. It's so expensive for these farmers to even farm in the first place. And then they can't even do their own repairs on their machinery. So it's just something that a lot of people just don't
But
understand.
that
What
combine
comes with
is air conditioned now.
it is air conditioned now. It's really
yeah,
nice.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But it's the same as an 18-wheeler, right? Like when you're in those things,
Yeah.
it's rough. It's rough on your back. It's like even if you're riding in something, like your body suffers, you know, it's just sitting there for hours on end, just making sure this machinery doesn't mess up. And you're talking about like this machinery that costs so much money. Like you're in charge of this, you know, and then your body's kind of getting worn down. It's an extremely laborious job. Like think about hopping in those 18-wheelers. Like what happens to your body when you're doing that? Your knees, your back. And then you're constantly like bouncing. I know you've ridden in an 18-wheeler. You know what that's like.
Yeah.
You're just like bouncing up and down the whole time. It's very uncomfortable, especially the older ones. I mean, the newer ones are a bit nicer, but the older ones are like really rough on you.
You remind me of, this is horrible. You remind me of a joke that I heard, but from Texas, Bob Murphy, he was a retired attorney, lived in the East Piney Woods of Texas, and he said that this farmer goes into the bank, sits down at the desk with his banker, and he says, well, I've got some good news and some bad news. And the banker says, well, tell me the bad news first. He says, well, the bad news is we didn't have any rain and my crops didn't come in and I can't pay off the loan right now. The banker says, whoa, that's bad. What's the good news? The farmer says, well, the good news is I'm going to keep banking with you.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Prior to the 1970s with Farm Aid, and I know you're a big music guy, so you know that like Willie Nelson had a lot of involvement in that, and a lot of musicians came to the forefront and was like, we need legislation, we need to be able to feed the world. And the United States, not only on transportation and infrastructure logistics, is like number one in the world for farming, is because we put so much work and science into it. And the reason why you have ports like New Orleans, Houston, and like all of these cities is so that transportation from the fields, because you need those 18-wheelers and those railways and wonderful logistics from like rural areas in order to get that cotton before it starts to mold. Because it can only sit on the side of the road. If you get one rain in August, because they start harvest in August and September, and the Texas snow is what we call it.
Yeah.
The Texas snow. And when you see it, we're like, oh, snow's here, snow's coming. And when they start belling that cotton and it sits on the side of the road, if you get one rain, it starts to mold and you're done. Your entire year of working on that crop is over with. So they've got to get it on those 18-wheelers and they've got to like send it out that way that nothing ends up molding. That way that they can actually like produce a crop and not have to have it subsidized by the government. And that was really hard on farmers when that legislation was pulled and they had to end up insuring it, and the insurance didn't cover anything. And that was called STAX, STAX, like the type of farming insurance that they had. It's kind of similar to what we do with like the housing insurance. And we all know that like when there's a flood, the flood insurance doesn't cover everything. FEMA tries to like cover a lot of that stuff as well, but it ends up being a nightmare to deal with insurance companies versus like having the government subsidize these programs. And this is another thing, like talking about farmers as well, because you have these essentially like a universal basic income for farmers to make sure that like no matter what, if there's a disaster or if their crop fails, it does have a fall safe, you know, we're going to be able to produce something no matter what. It's just they don't have that for organic farming. I don't know if you knew that. Did you?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So if you don't do a cash crop, if you're not doing cotton, corn, maize, rice, like these are cash crops, soybeans. If you're not doing those things, then you don't get subsidized by the government. You still have to go through that loan process, insure your crop. So anything that pertains to like organics, which there's a lot of like I think one of the first female organic farmers was from my area, and it's called Gunderman Farms. It's a really cool place. And during Hurricane Harvey, it cost them about $800,000. That's how much that flood cost this one small organic farm.
Mm-hmm.
And what's really bad.
One small organic. Do you remember what the acreage was on that? Just to give a.
I want to say about. I don't, and I'd be lying if I said I did, but it had to be somewhere around 50 acres or more. Okay. That's a small.
Yeah.
My grandparents' farm was about 200 acres of farmland. And what they ended up doing was basically crowdsourcing rural areas and trying to get so that they could pay their deductible on their insurance so that they could get the seed ready for the next one. And what's really sad is that they used to try and sell their produce to like the local Walmart. And I don't know if you know that like a lot of rural areas are actually food deserts. So everything that rural areas produce doesn't actually go back to rural communities. So even this organic farm that's in our community that we used to be able to go to the farm and buy food from, stopped doing it. And then they started only shipping it to Houston to like the fancy farmers markets and stuff, because those were the people that were like buying it, because and we didn't really have local grocers. The big conglomerates moved in like Walmart, HEB, and then they stopped selling these things to the organic produce. And you can find a lot of local stuff in Walmart and inside of HEB, but the mass majority of rural areas is food desert.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, that's a heck of a place to leave us, Evelyn. You're leaving us in the desert because we're out of time here. But thank you so much for being with us here on the program this morning.
All right. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Evelyn Carrier, everybody. And she is the person who heads up the Wharton County
recovery
team. Why can't I do that right?
It's so long.
WCRT. You're listening to WCRT. Hey, you'll be listening to Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler tomorrow morning. And on Highway to Health, the topic will be diabetes with Toby Smith. She is the Senior Manager for Nutrition and Wellness at the American Diabetes Association. And also Greg Prado is going to talk about some alt-rock history. And speaking of music, country and western music news with Lindsay, all on tomorrow's Road Gang Radio.